I shut it down when I walk in the spot. She throwing it back, I don't want it to stop. She feeling my drip, staring at my wrist. Curl her fit, she bite her lip. Look who hurt, I got a new wrist. $400, just at Roof Chris. Get your head hit, speak on the game. Don't do it for clout, don't do it for fame. Heard it before, I heard it before. I heard it before, keep telling me more. Say that you hear why you doing it for. I heard it before, I'm fresh as a bitch. She like, if I love you, you loving me, girl, you loving the dick. You loving me, girl, you loving my wrist. So proud of me, baby, I'm fresh as a bitch. Proud of me. Bitch better get back. Fit cost 3 racks. How did you see that? I say where I'm from, bitch wouldn't believe that. Hateful words, she know she don't mean it. Rippy believe it, they not a demon. I keep booing up, but I know I don't need it. Gucci frames on, God I don't see him. She moving them hips, I heard it before. I heard it before. You talk about love, girl, I heard it before. Nigga act like he never seen a murder before. Pick that clock in the purse, she be turning me on. Don't want no work. Why is you calling? Knowing I'm balling. Trish out the Austin, I've heard it before. You pushing the button, she do how she do. She knowing I love it. Heard it before. Don't down, get on the floor. Murder she wrote. I'm driving the boat. Say he got the bone. Can I get a quote? Turn it around. We blew through a pound. Look like Chris Brown with another round. Don't shake his hand and get that nigga a pound. Shot fire! Get on the ground. I shut it down when I walk in the spot. She throwing it back. I don't want it to stop. She feeling my drip, staring at my wrist. Curl her fit, she bite her lip. Look who hurt. I got a new wrist. $400, just at Roof Chris. Get your head hit. Speak on the game. Don't do it for clout. Don't do it for fame.
Fucking God, yeah. Whoa. What?
Cocaine and making beats and shit.
I get some pussy when they head ain't enough. I'm always falling in love with her. I took both of my bitches to dinner today. I sent an address and you feeling the way. Got no respect for the bitch, no patience with her. You driving the Benz, I be smoking the smoke. We gon' rob us a nigga, he ain't did that before. Sit down in the eye, shit pretty ass. She be fixing her hair in the mirror on the phone. I be talking my cut out the feds in the jump. I've been slaying the passion flow. My hands on the 5 and my mind on the road. Don't let your ego get beside you, bro. We run a red ditch of highs and homes. I be fucking the bitch, I be pimping the hoe. Shit got cruise, so I tighten the rope. Smoke more than Bob Marley and the skinny white boy. I party cool when I spend the night over. It's hollers, it's fault if a hang to put on it. Bitch ass nigga gon' die for the purpose. I been no feast with unsolved murders. I take a bitch and I show her purpose. I'm selling fly when I which one you working. Got a line of Virginia for choppers and Percocets. Whoa. For sure shit, I valet pocket and crucifix. Even if I call me, I'm like, who is this? I wear Rockstar niggas and Benjamins. If I get really mad, dog, I might kill a man. I'm in San Francisco in a minivan. $10,000 on business plans. I'm like a task force out the Sprinter fan. Whoa.
Okay.
Fine chocolate shit like a diver. Cut off my dog, he step out of line. Chlorophyll, water, and ashwagandha. Some of these feelings is hard to describe. Put on some weight, now I feel like a lineman. I'm in the bay like a Raider, a Niner. I broke the cookie, the fortune was fine. I'm not okay, but I'm gonna be alright. Burberry zip up, ran me 3,000. Never seen no shit like this in your life. 8 ball sunk in the side pocket. Couldn't lose, I put some spin on the white. 4, 5, 6 felt the itch in my palm. They think I loaded the shit out the dice. Big face Benji, the Wizard of Oz. Heart of a lion, you missing some stripes. Yeah. Free Gaza, we on the corner like Israelites. Ain't look at the wristwatch thin of the time. Misran missiles out of the sky. I take the torch and, yeah, I take the torch, make the temperature rise. Give you the real shit until I expire. The milk, the miss pimp, bitch, why is you crying?
he don't want her, he managed to. Nigga that a blemish, that nigga that a devil. Got white girl in the Montana, he don't want her, he managed to. That nigga that a blemish, he shooting shit like camera. A Danny cannot handle ya. Last time I saw they run for ya. Don't want the bitch, can't handle her. Me and the guy, we running her. These bitches, they can't handle her. We got no toys like toys R Us. We driving shit, y'all on the shit. Y'all mad because y'all bitches, y'all much. It ain't our fault, don't come to us. 17 got them singing, but don't bring that Danny Ding to us. 17 got them singing, but don't bring that Danny Ding to us. Don't make me have his blemish. For that thought, what else you want? I guess I'm with these bitches. Want these stupid, I can't get enough. I made them baby from the one that made bitches come. What you got what you want. All these niggas do it fun. You got what these bitches need, I got what these bitches want. Stupid, I get on your knees, I do not care about what you want. All my niggas do is win, use a fucking runner up. Dun 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 dun. I pull up in an expensive truck. Bitch, please don't take all your clothes, I want the top, don't want the top. Hey, that baby, when I sing you some my day, you get to heaven. I promise you, baby girl, I could be a fire up. That nigga that a damn got white girl in the Montana, he don't want her, he mad at that. That nigga that a blemish, they shooting shit like camera. A Danny cannot handle ya. Last time I saw they run from ya. Don't want the bitch, can't handle her. Me and the guy, we running her. These bitches, they can't handle her. We got them toys like toys R Us. We driving shit, y'all on the duck. Y'all mad because y'all bitches rough. It ain't our fault, don't come with us. My 7 got them singing, but don't bring that Danny Ding up.
They can't handle me. I do this for my family. Blade City, Holy Trinity. Rocky Vanity, you're looking incomplete. I got X and E's, I don't even pay for weed. She know it was a mistake not to get with me. Water make it free, see me in your dreams. Fly to overseas, I'm in Miami. I'm in VIP, we will never meet. I can't even sleep, you don't let me breathe. Margie yellow feet, silver on my teeth. I can really feel she get over me. Shout out to my team till I RIP.
Nigga that a devil, got white girl in the Montana, he don't want her, he mad at that. That nigga that a blemish, he shooting shit like camera. A Danny cannot handle ya. Last time I saw they run for ya. Don't want the bitch, can't handle her. Me and the guy, we running her. These bitches, they can't handle her. We got them toys like toys R Us. We driving shit, y'all on the way. Y'all mad because y'all bitches duck. That ain't our fault, don't come to us. My 7 got them singing, but don't bring that Danny Ding to us.
Constantly dripping, gotta wipe my nose. I'm tripping out, flirting with an overdose. Wig snatch my outfit, cook a overtone. Walk around my balls on the floor like home alone. Pants sagging, you can see my gap. Let the rocks in pretty on the gas. Can't pronounce where I'm at. I'm so pretty, it don't matter that I'm fat. 80 and brown, watch them talking like bone hard. Plus an arc skincare at my shot. They smell like black pepper, a bouquet of flowers. In the mirror, staring at myself for an hour. This is all that I know. God with me when I feel alone. I'll cut my wrist before I ever cut off my phone. Jump off a cliff before I ever cut off my bra. I'm constantly dripping, gotta wipe my nose. I'm tripping out, flirting with an overdose. Wig snatch my outfit, cook a overtone. Walk around my balls on the floor like home alone. Pants sagging, you can see my gap. Let the rocks in pretty on the gas. Can't pronounce where I'm at. I'm so pretty, it don't matter that I'm fat. That's something you just wouldn't know. Hair did, nails did, and the toes. Me and my bitch both. Kiss to my face.
Ultra dark. Yeah. What up? What up? What up? What up? Yeah. I think Tukes is referring to the rigging of the predicted markets, right? I don't know. There was a long ass chewing on today. It was mostly about the gambling markets, and it seems like they have the whales who are Trump. There's been consistent, right? There's been a bunch of like Trump whales, and they couldn't find out who it was. And then today, or I guess it was the other day, but recently, they had a guy claim to be one of the whales who's been dropping like millions of dollars. Um, this French guy says he's like apolitical. He just thinks the quote the betting market was undervaluing Trump. So if somebody's been putting millions of dollars in on Trump just because they want to rig the betting markets, then I don't know, maybe that Seltzer poll was right, huh? I don't, pretty crazy. I mean, um, I could see it happening though. What up, Dave? Put me on a wait list for the table. Wicket the movie? Oh. Oh. Or put you on one. I see. Yeah. Oh, we gotta look at that TikTok. It's a tight one tonight. There's my fucking thing. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, all the fucking YouTubers are all fucking bullish on Kamala. I don't know, dude. I was listening to Majority Report a little bit tonight. Seems like there seems to be like a meme going around that like Elon's involvement is just about like making money from his campaign job. You know, I don't know if I don't think that's true. I think he's the richest man in the world. I don't think, you know. Yeah, so I need to put money on Kamala though. I didn't do that yet. Can you still do it? Mm. Yeah, that's what I mean. Salmon seemed to be saying that when I'm like, what the fuck? Why would he be doing that? Like, I think he's got some kind of like federal investigations are about to drop or something, you know? He said that they were grifting each other. I don't, I didn't really get it. Hold on. I'm gonna put that on first. Where did I put it? Um, a lot of people's, they have Elon derangement syndrome, you know? Oh, did I not save it? No, I don't think I did. Oh. hmm Yeah, that's what I said. Hold on. Where is it? Mm. Oh, blue, 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 blue. Actually, it was a pretty boring segment. I don't know if I feel like watching it again. We got a lot of shit to get to anyway. Um, that's what I was thinking, right? He needs Trump in office to not get in trouble. Yeah. Kind of ironic too. Like he keeps telling everybody, or there's this meme going around that like, oh, the Democrats are going to arrest me, and like, I don't think that like they wouldn't have the richest man in the world, right? They're not going to like fucking, bite the golden goose if they think they might be able to get a taste. Um, but like now that he's made himself like a prominent public MAGA guy, they they actually might go after him, what they would never have in a million years before. Let's listen to these guys.
Let's get to this.
Hold on. I want to see Sagar make the case for Trump after, because I know they were talking about the Seltzer poll, so I want to hear how he refutes that. Oops.
Question over whether Donald Trump sort of October surprised himself with that, we'll say, controversial rally at Madison Square Garden. Put this up on the screen. So this is this data scientist who, I'm just going to put my cards on the table. I don't credit his philosophy here very much because he relies on the betting odds. He uses the betting odds and then has his own proprietary model to project what he thinks is going to happen in terms of the electoral college. But he has had some success in the past. So let's take a look at what this individual has to say.
I mean, the Seltzer poll lady, what I understand, she said it was the abortion law went into effect, and that created the wild swing. It was like a 7-point swing away from Trump in like a month.
Headline here from Fortune, which wrote up these data results. Our October surprise, Trump just blew a huge lead in the Madison Square Garden rally, started the drop, says a top data scientist. They say Donald Trump is suffering an historic descent in the campaign's
I think we
final
haven't
days,
seen the drop from this
ongoing
yet.
free fall that is turning what looked like a walkway for the former president into what's most likely a Kamala Harris victory. That is the view from Thomas Miller, data scientist at Northwestern University, whose proprietary models proven right on in past elections.
Actually, you know what? No,
and so basically what Miller...
You get deported, what happens to your assets in the country? Do we get to keep SpaceX? Because, I mean, I'd be interested if we can keep the rockets.
Miller takes a look at is not just...
I mean, what would he do? He'd be fucked. If we just said, get out of here, we're keeping your shit, what could he do? We're seeing it now in Israel, that, like, when the U.S. says no, you're kind of powerless. Everyone else is powerless.
And not just the betting markets, but then he's got his own, I don't know, special whatever that he applies to it. And he found that...
It doesn't seem that, like, the polls, I think, like, nobody wants to be publicly wrong, right? So everyone's just putting out these 50-50s that are not accurate because they want to say that, oh, we had to correct for the blank voters. So I don't think any polls, I wouldn't trust anything from the past couple of weeks, right? That's what they should do. Yeah. Because didn't I see a story recently that said something about him having a phone call with Putler at some point recently? Or like in the past 6 months? They should just find that and be like, oh, we found this disturbing phone call between Elon and Putler.
Prior to Madison Square Garden, at the time when everybody...
I mean, we could just take it anyway and say it's like a national security thing. Right? Like, they do that shit all the time to regular people. You can't recall them doing it to a fucking oligarch like that, but, I mean, you know, maybe they would.
It was feeling like, oh, the polls are tightening, and, you know, Polymarket had Trump as like a 70% favorite to win, et cetera, et cetera. He found, according to his model, that Trump really was on track for a significant electoral college victory. And then that really falls off a cliff with Madison Square Garden, Tony Hinchcliffe, the other, you know, comments that were made at that, the overall coverage of and vibe of that rally, and that Trump's odds really fell off a cliff after that. The quote here is, Miller's numbers show a jaw-dropping swing to Harris that would have seemed unimaginable 2 weeks ago. And so, as I said, Sagar, like, I don't necessarily credit this model that much because I don't know that I even buy that it's possible to have that dramatic of a swing at this point in the country's history when voters are, by and large, pretty locked in about how they think about Roe versus Wade, how they think about Donald Trump, how they think about January 6th, et cetera. But I do think we have some additional data that pretty consistently shows that the bulk of the late deciders are tending to break for Kamala Harris. And there's been a significant number of focus groups, too, where undecided voters described the Madison Square Garden and the rhetoric there as kind of like the final straw that reminded them of all the things they didn't like about Donald Trump, and they just felt like they couldn't, you know, suck it up and vote for him or you know, deal with that.
I mean, he has been doing a shitty campaign, right? And he's been closing, like, you know, it's always going to be the incoherent stuff, but like, he's winning on the economy. I don't know how, but like, people seem to think he's like a businessman. They believe that meme. But then all he talks about is like his, you know, his typical personal grievances and, you know, I don't know who's into that. I hate that shit. I fucking can't. Like, I said something earlier. It was like anybody who's like a central part of their fucking messaging is if I lose, it's because the other guy cheated. I'm instantly gonna be like, I don't know, dude. Right? I hate that shit. And like, it's just like the whole time he's been talking about that. It's just loser energy. I don't know who's. I guess it's just cult members, but yeah, he's gonna have less voters than last time for sure.
Level of ugliness, chaos, etc. And so reminding them of that in those final days really did kind of eat into his margins and cause some shift among those few late deciding voters towards Kamala Harris.
I mean, that's why I want to do this segment is like, you know, it genuinely is a Rorschach test. Like for me, it seems psychotic that it's like, oh yeah, it's the MSG Tony Hinchcliffe joke.
I don't think that's it.
That's what put you over the edge.
I don't think that's it.
Not all the other stuff that Trump has said. He's been in national life for almost, 12 years?
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back, birtherism started in 2011? Is that correct? So that's 13 years ago. So that's what put you over the edge. Not even something that Trump said. It was at his rally, and it was what other people were saying at his rally. Okay, frankly, you should have your head examined. But that is the big theory that the Harris campaign, media wants us to believe it too. And that's why I want to do it. I'm like, I don't buy this stuff at all. I just do not see how these quote unquote late deciders who are making up their mind are doing so based upon
Trump
something
is still
that, again,
at 56
is
to
not even
44.
Trump related per se.
Yeah, the odds are right here. Trump is at 56%. Kamala's at 44%. Still. Oh man, vote Tua. Yeah, dude. Kyle said Florida's going to turn blue. Florida and Iowa. How much should I bet? $100 gets me $227. Should I do that one? Wish I could bet on FIFA markets.
I think the only case that you could make that it has hurt Trump is the media coverage of it, if anything, and the ongoing discussion relative to any positive message that he's been able to put out there, which I think that's actually a fair one, right? Which is that it could have people reminded of like, oh, is this what the Trump presidency is going to be like again? Or are we just constantly going to have Fox and Friends segments about whether what did he say about Mika Brzezinski? He said she had like a shitty facelift.
Was bleeding or whatever.
All right, so it's like, is that what the presidency is going to look like? Or is it going to be something that actually has to do with my own life? The data scientist stuff I thought was interesting because the thing is, and this has been
I wonder if I can sue the Seltzer poll lady if I lose.
Big media talking point. Can we put C4, please, up on the screen? Is the Harris campaign is running with this wild. They are claiming that absolutely MSG is what really pushed these late deciding voters to come home to the Democratic Party. They have put out, they say, quote, significant advantage in these late deciding voters, and that they have seen significant movement. It's like, what is it, 2-to-1 margin over the garbage thing. I saw some quote that they had where somebody was even reacting to Trump in the garbage truck, and they're like, well, that only reminded me of the whole.
I mean, Puerto Ricans almost all live in like East Coast blue cities. I don't know how many of them were going to vote, or let me rephrase that. I don't know how many of their votes were going to matter anyway, but if they could swing Pennsylvania maybe, or, something like that.
Puerto Rico situation.
Well, they didn't even know about the Biden comments.
Right.
So when they saw him in the garbage truck, they thought he was just like doubling down.
Which, by the way,
oh man, 2K, really? I mean, did you have the same? The odds are probably. You probably got good odds a while ago, huh? Fuck. I can't believe Trump is still the favorite. Fuck. If I pick her, then I have to root for her. Fuck. I mean, doubling my money is pretty good. I mean, I could do. I mean, I just sold the old car. I got $1,200 burning a hole in my bank account. I mean,
Go Garbage Island.
Reminder too of what people in the median voter, they're not paying attention, you know, respective to people who, let's say, watch the show. But again, for me to believe it would be that there are all these Latinos out there who was like, I'm about to vote for Trump. But because of what Tony Hinchcliffe said about Puerto Rico, that's enough for me to come home to Kamala Harris.
I think
Sorry, I just don't buy it.
I think maybe they were not going to vote, you know, and now they might vote, that kind of thing. But I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. I think it's just other stuff. I just think it's the Hinchcliffe thing was, you know, time at the same time. I think like it's like Trump's closing message kind of, but like the sort of lack of answers on the tariffs, I think hurts him too. Because it's like they might, like his diehards might not say anything about it, but like normal people, they want to know what the fuck is this tariff thing? It sounds dangerous. Like you're going to get rid of income tax and just do all tariffs? How's that going to work? And the deportations, it's like, even if you're a hardcore chud, like I feel like you know better than that, you know? It's like, it's a ridiculous idea. Like, not only because we need them, because they all have fucking jobs, it'll be expensive. So not only will we be not having them work the low wage jobs that we need them for, we will also be spending a bunch of extra money to try to round them up in this chaos, right? What up, y'all? We're trying to decide how much I should bet on Kamala. I think she's going to win. I think 1,200 is the maximum, but probably less than that. Still 1,000 max. So less than that.
I absolutely don't buy it at all.
God,
even if you are straight up Puerto Rican, that's really enough for you to switch your vote? Seems nuts, especially if you're the type of person who's going to vote for Trump the first time anyway. It's just,
I feel like the people who didn't vote for him before, but may have voted for him now, were potentially people who didn't like all the racist shit, but they're just like fucking sick of it, you know? Like, I think the people who were most racist were already with him. And then people, maybe in 2020, who were slightly less racist, and how I think people now who are still not with him are people who don't like it, you know? Yeah, Puerto Ricans aren't like that, though. That's what I mean. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I'm just saying, it's just that I don't know if they live in enough places that are going to swing it, except, like I said, Philly and Pittsburgh.
Again, ridiculous. But the data that they have, that's what they're claiming. The other reason, that's another reason I'm suspect of it, is it just seems all too cute, all too perfect for a media narrative they already hate anyway, and that, you know, love racism, conversation, whatever, for them to have this, and that's why the Harris campaign is leaking into that. Now, of course, you know, should we really take what the Harris campaign itself seriously? I take it just as seriously as when the Trump people are like, we're seeing absolute blowout turnout in New Hampshire. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not going to win New Hampshire.
But what I'm looking at is actually the polling data that suggests, like the New York Times Siena poll that we talked about earlier showed late-breaking voters going, you know, lopsidedly toward Kamala Harris. There was a Univision YouGov poll of Pennsylvania Latino voters. They did not like the comments, and they also had a huge divide in favor of Kamala Harris. She led Trump 64-30 among Pennsylvania Latinos.
She's
here's
the underdog
why
still.
I don't want to overstate it, right?
Trump 56, Kamala 44.
When Trump was at his best during his campaign and his poll numbers were the highest and he looked like he had the highest probability to win, is when he was being relatively quiet. And it allowed his approval rating to improve, you know, where people have short-term memories and they kind of forgot, like, some of the things about him that they really hated last time around. They kind of forgot, you know, some of the ugliness and the divisiveness and all of that stuff. And so you pair the fact that you've got the Kamala Harris campaign
are showing up.
prosecuting a case.
Like the early voting, it seems like it's like women, particularly like older white women, which tells me this is like an abortion thing. I feel like that's a more important issue for most people.
Not just about like, oh, Trump's a fascist, but this guy's a divider, right? Like, we're the ones that are going to put the country back together, and we need to leave this ugliness in the past. And at the very time they're trying to prosecute that case, Trump and his campaign are out there at Madison Square Garden, and with other comments, by the way, sort of proving the point of all of this stuff you don't like about this guy. Like,
What would happen
it's
if I
still
did 100
there.
on both?
Here it is on display, etc. So, yeah, one of the reasons Trump has really stayed in the game and had such a strong shot this time around is that his approval rating is significantly better than it was in the past. So, I think there's a reasonable case to be
Did
made
they both win?
that reminding people of their least favorite parts of his character traits here at the end has not served the campaign. And again, when you look at the actual
I
polling
think Mamala's gonna
of
win, though.
late-breaking voters, it does seem to pretty consistently show that they are moving towards Kamala Harris. So, I wouldn't say it's like, oh, just because of this one joke. It's that the whole tenor of that rally fit into a Kamala Harris campaign narrative and was for some voters kind of like a final reminder.
Yeah, fucking Elon, he should have gone with a more like moderate reactionary pose. Like his whole like fucking like mega chud thing, I feel like is implausible, first of all, and it's not really helping with anything. It's like those guys were already on Trump's side. You were supposed to bring in the fucking STEM nerd types who are like, not necessarily like into all the racist shit, right? You were supposed to get the people who were like, oh, I want to go to Mars, right? And I feel like you're not really doing a good job pitching him to them. Like, first of all, it's like it's really unnatural. Even if it is like organic, it's like it doesn't seem like it just seems forced. Like if he had done more of a sort of like a never Trump slash, now I'm for Trump, like kind of like that sort of like reluctant Trump voter sort of thing. I feel like that might have gone over better for them. It's just like we don't need another fucking, like blowhard, like fucking, mega chud. You could have just been, be the voter that MSNBC thinks they're pulling over to the Dems. Be that guy. I don't understand how no one told him that.
Or a final straw that really pushed them into the Harris camp. So in that way,
it's like
we're talking
when we're doing
about small
racist
margins
shit,
here, et
we gotta
cetera.
do it less
I do think that
racistly.
it may have been if Kamala Harris wins at the end of the day,
Did I
we
tell
may
you I
look
was a
back at that
birther
rally
too?
and say that it did end up being consequential. It also came at a time when they were feeling really hyper, super confident and felt like they could kind of just like let it all hang out. And I'm not sure the voting
JD
public
fans.
were excited about what that had to say.
I think that's a convenient narrative for people who always want to get jazzed up about these things. I just don't
Dude,
believe it. I
was there
think
any
if
good
Kamala
Fetterman
loses or
clips on
Kamala
Rogan?
wins, it's
What-
going to be all
do you-
abortion all day long. I really do. Yeah.
On the polling that shows late-breaking voters going for her, like, do you buy that polling, or
I
you don't
honestly
think it's
don't
true?
because first of all, it's such a small sample. Second, like in the New York Times, Sienna, we're going crosstab diving on what, like 800 to 2,000 people. Even within that, it's like the sample gets down to like a couple of dozen. Then we're talking about late breaking. Univision. I mean, again, for Univision to be true, then the entire Latino realignment is fake. If 60-30 break is basically a 2016 margin for Latinos, so that you have to ask me after 8 years of watching this movement happen, do I believe that? No, absolutely not. Especially whenever we've seen.
What are you basing that on, though? Because I mean, I didn't really see a lot of that. Like fucking like Latino voters, fucking whatchamacallit, likely voters. I mean, I saw the fucking stories in the news, but like, and I saw people like on Twitter and shit, but like, I haven't seen what I've noticed as like a a mass of people who are moving over there, just influencer types.
Previous, what weren't you telling me in Philadelphia that the biggest movement was the Puerto Rican neighborhoods towards Trump? So okay, again, like if I want to put myself in the headspace, Puerto Rican guy lives in Philly who supports Trump. Is the Tony Hinchcliffe joke that's really gonna be like,
Yeah, you know what though? I feel like those guys are you're gonna lose those guys. All right. I feel like those guys who were like not reluctantly, but sort of like like new Trump voters or whatever. And they probably got their fucking, grandma and stuff and they're, like bitching about it. And then the thing comes up and I feel like that's like Crystal said, like the straw broke the camel's back sort of thing.
you know what? I'm supporting Kamala Harris. I just don't buy it. Like, these are the type of people who hate political correctness. They're exactly the type of people who are on YouTube watching, Tony Hinchcliffe comedy and think it's hilarious. Like, that's the cultural milieu that if you're a Latino supporting Trump, that's kind of what you swim in, is saying, if we've seen the data, the vast majority of the Latino movement to the Republican Party started with Latinx, that terminology some 4 or 5 years ago, and increasingly is moving along blue-collar cultural lines away from political correctness, which is the exact type of people who get all spun up about Madison Square Garden. So you really would have to believe that the entire Latino...
No, I feel like this isn't that, though, right? This isn't some fucking, like, side issue where somebody said something. Because it's like a lot of the stuff they go after Trump for about him being racist is sort of like dog whistle-y stuff that's, like, I think... not necessarily like as good an example for some people, right? Like it's like, something that they're be willing to overlook. This one is just so overt in your face when he's just like, oh yeah, fucking trash island down there, huh? Fuck that. Like that's I'm just thinking about me. Like if somebody went after Philly like that, I don't think I would like it very much. What did he say? Supporting?
shift and all of that is fake. Now, look, it actually could be possible that it's all totally, overstated. If there's a Harris landslide, it will be fake, and I'll eat another sock. Okay? Yeah, we could do it again.
Just to lay out the rest of these numbers. So they asked Pennsylvania Latino voters, generally speaking, do you feel Trump is disrespectful or respectful towards the Latino community? 64% said disrespectful, 28% said respectful. They asked, what is closest to your view about the remarks at Madison Square Garden by the Trump campaign? 69% said they were more racist than humorous. 17% said they were more humorous than racist. Only 14% actually said they hadn't heard enough about the remarks, which might be the most interesting number there. But, I find it, to me, it's not so hard to imagine that it's not just this vote. It's like that brings up, oh, I remember how he treated, Puerto Ricans after Hurricane Maria. There's a corollary to like the sense that some men have gotten from the Democratic side of like, I just feel like they don't want me in their coalition. Like I feel a sense of contempt. And of course voters are gonna pick up on that sense of like, oh, this is not a club that I'm really ever gonna be part of. So again, I don't wanna overstate it, but I do think that there's something to the fact that certainly if you wanted to choose how you were gonna close out the campaign, Madison Square Garden, and some of the comments that Trump has made since then are not all that helpful.
Well, we can play some of those.
Yeah, so we have
C3.
C2.
Oh, sorry, that's on Puerto Rico.
Yeah, C2, where Trump was, asked about the Puerto Rico joke. Now, his campaign thought this was a problem right away. They put out a statement trying to distance themselves from Tony Hinchcliffe. Trump, of course, though, he's, again, totally incapable of any sort of message discipline. Right. So he says, I didn't see any problem with it. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Well, I guess somebody put on a comedian, and he joked. He was a comedian. He joked. He mentioned Puerto Rico. And all of a sudden, the Democrats,
not this page.
And they are good at this stuff, by the way. That's the only thing they're good at. They're no good at policy. They're no good at government. They're good at other things. They're very good at cheating. But other than that, they're not good at anything. So let me just
very good at
they
cheating.
Come up, and a comedian put in early in the show, as a filler, in all fairness, I guess he said some joke. I haven't heard the joke, but he said some joke.
Shut up, Trump. Come
Puerto
on.
Rico. All of a sudden,
you lying MF,
they come out with something about Puerto Rico. Nobody's been better to Puerto Rico than me. I saved Puerto Rico when they had some of the worst hurricanes, really bad. I brought in the hospital ship, the Mercy. I brought in this massive hospital ship. There's nobody, and Puerto Ricans will tell you that. Nobody's done more for Puerto Rico.
This is what he says for everything.
Nobody's done more for Puerto Rico than me.
The best
he
cheaters.
also made some comments at a recent rally. I'll just play them for you. Part of it is talking about how, he wouldn't mind so much if someone had to shoot through the fake news. And then the other part is him talking about how maybe he should never have left the White House even after he lost. Of course, he doesn't acknowledge that he lost. Let's take a listen to that.
I have a piece of glass over here. And I don't have a piece of glass there.
What? Dude.
And I have this piece of glass here.
What, are you kidding me?
But all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through.
I mean, there's only
the fake news.
The legality is sort of fucking weird here. I think it's only Kalshi is actually legal. The rest of them are kind of like semi-legal.
And I don't mind that so much.
I'm the best paper talker. You wouldn't believe it.
I don't mind. I don't mind that.
They said I couldn't go paper towel that far, but I did. They did.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly, because we did so well. We had such a great.
About that.
So now, I mean,
he really put his heart and soul into that 2020 campaign, and damn, like, which I thought was a much worse campaign. Like, he does not know his appeal. Like, because he gets the cult member types who are the ones he sees all the time at Mar-a-Lago or whatever, and he thinks like that's how he won. But like, those people are a small amount. Like, he won by appealing to the fucking, more moderate people, or by moderate, I mean, like more interested in voting on working class issues. That's how he won. And then he stopped doing that. And then he lost in 2020, and he hasn't figured that out yet, why he lost. Like, the populism was what got him over the line. Like, yeah, there's going to be a core of these hogs who are just out there for the dog whistles or whatever. But like, there's a lot more people who need to vote for you. And I feel like he's just too anecdotal.
Every polling booth has hundreds of lawyers standing there. It's all about the lawyers. Everybody's standing lawyers. Nobody should have that.
So in the closing week here, much more of the focus has been on Madison Square Garden, Trump's own comments, et cetera, highlighting some of his most off-putting and most toxic traits. And so, I don't think that's probably how the campaign wanted to close things.
I mean, look, well, first of all, it's Trump's campaign, so he can close it how he wants. Now, the only problematic one electorally, I actually think, was the last one about not wanting to leave. That was the one. I mean, no one's going to cry for a joke about shooting through journalists. Like, no one's going to be, again, I don't believe all this Latino brouhaha around Puerto Rico. Could be wrong, totally. I'm willing to eat.
It doesn't close until the inauguration, so they get to keep my money until then. 2 hours. 2 hours after closing, market will close following the inauguration of a non-acting president for the term beginning January 20th. All right. Fuck. All right. I'm gonna do it. $99.88. 44% chance. If I win, I get 227. Yeah. I mean, can I bet on the hogs? Because I would like to do that.
Eat it. If I am, we'll find out tomorrow. But the Stop the Steal was a big problem in Pennsylvania. And that actually is the one where you can see, in terms of his message discipline, that's the one which always has hurt him the most. Doug Mastriano lost by such massive margin last time around that is the one actually where, if you were an advisor or something, you would be cringing about not wanting to leave the White House, because it was specifically that itself that turned a lot of people off in PA, people who were already Republicans, and then also cost them Dr. Oz, I don't even remember the mess of an answer he had on Stop. It was bad. Even I remember that. In the disastrous Fetterman debate, even that one stood out of like, ooh, that was rough in terms of
that may have been the one that was most important.
And it probably was that up there with abortion. So, in terms of the two things that turned voters off, I think that last clip was the most consequential, because apparently this is something he said a long time. I mean, look, it's just a bunch of bullshit talk. They did leave at the end of the day. But it's like, if you want to remind people of like genuinely one of the things that has turned the most voters off about you, that is the one which you would walk away from. But look, we'll see. Again, my theory on Trump is that all this shit is just baked in at this point, especially for a lot of men who are out there. They laugh, if the criticism, they're like, it's funny. The media bedwetting, they love it. There's nothing they love more. They want the jokes, play it. Let's spread them around. They think it's hilarious. Now, the big question is whether they're going to vote. And I do think that's a very open question. If there's a Harris landslide and it's because of the hidden women effect or something like that, there should be a male reassessment. There should be some therapizing that is happening in the male community. I mean, I've been trying to lead the charge on this by just saying, if your wife is afraid to tell you who they are voting for, you are a loser, and it means that you have a bad.
Is this against the rules?
Let me tell you that. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Okay. Now let's get some side bets going. Man. Who's on here? They have woke rabies. I saw there's a clip of fucking Jank and Laura Ingraham going around. Look at that young Prenti, huh? He's handsome. Yeah. Oh, that's the segment I wanted to watch there, but look, we got to hear from both sides, okay? Sorry. I know.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay. I don't want to watch this either.
It's meant to be you're roasting the president. Like, Trump's just there. He's like, actually, he's like there as part of the support. And then they turned it around and just started roasting Trump. And he's just sitting there.
We abide by the fairness doctrine here.
Yo, I just came to the dinner. I wasn't. I'm just here to support.
Yeah. We know what it was because.
But fucking JD Sagar claims like he's into the populist shit, right? Like he cares about like wages or whatever. Fucking JD Vance has done a complete fucking 180 on that, like more so than usual, he's still like, you could look at his voting record, like Sagar knows all this. Like he's, even if he was partial to JD before, like he's got to be seeing this guy's record, and it's like, you couldn't even bother to show up to vote for the child tax credit.
Stuff, right? The birther stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what it all was. It was all, Trump was at the head of a lot of these people spreading this rumor online that Obama's birth certificate was forged, then he's actually from Kenya. And what's weird is, if you go back to Obama's early days, there are some things that say he's from Kenya.
Because his fucking mom was a CIA agent.
Something from college said he was from Kenya. But, that could just be, people print things wrong all the time. It doesn't mean he's actually from Kenya. But
also,
Trump was one of those guys.
The rumor is, too, that that's not his dad, the guy who's supposedly his dad. His dad is some other guy. I forget all the details, but if you read that covert action article, it's in there.
Guys that was like spreading that supposedly false rumor.
Was he pushing it hard? I'm not. This is the kind of thing where I want to
just go
and look
Elon,
at saying,
what the
what
fuck?
did he actually say?
No, he definitely was.
I mean, he was here by then already, right? He's been here for 20 years by now, right? Like, I don't know. I guess people paid less attention to politics back then. Oh, man. Yeah, like, I mean, I do, like, I fucking hate them. I think I feel like I hate the, I don't know. I hate them both so much, it's hard to decide who I hate worse, but I would like to see them lose more. But, like, it's not going to be, it's going to be annoying, because then they're going to be like, oh, we didn't lose, actually. They cheated, blah, blah, blah. I hate all that shit. Like, it would be nice to not have that, but.
Okay. He was definitely saying, look, I don't think he has the time to go into things like very deeply.
Yeah.
And so
he went
I
into
think
that
he could
very
probably
deeply.
be influenced by a bunch of people, like these Marjorie Taylor Greene type people who come to him with some wild ass theory.
Sure.
Yeah.
He might be.
He obviously believes everything he sees on fucking TV.
That gets fed to people on purpose so that they'll say incorrect things so that they're easy to dismiss.
Who will win New Jersey?
I think there's also a lot of people that just make shit up, and they tell you the Earth is flat, and then a bunch of people watch a YouTube video and they believe it.
Will Kamala win?
But on that White House correspondence,
Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania?
The degree to which they attacked Trump in that,
will she win but lose one of those three?
That White House correspondence dinner was really it was so over the top. It was like making everyone uncomfortable.
Really,
it was really over the top.
Exactly.
I mean, I think like sort of a passing joke of like, a few passing jokes are fine, but they twisted the
I think he
knife
was
big on Trump in that, and
I think he was saying in general, but yeah, no, that's what I mean. Fucking, he was all in on that. That was his. Like, there wasn't a MAGA movement at the time. That was just a fucking racist thing Trump did. Like, yeah, they didn't incept that. I mean, I think a lot of the shit he is incepted with, right? Because you can kind of trace, especially when Tucker was still on, right? You would see something on Tucker, and the next day Trump would be tweeting about it, Yeah, I guess nascent Tea Party. He was still like he was still pretty libby back then, wasn't he?
and you could see Trump just getting like angrier and angrier and more upset.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I kind of agree on that though. I think that I do think that like the media kind of played him wrong, right? Like tactically speaking, but they don't fucking care. I mean, it's not like they want, progressive outcomes, but like I feel like he's the kind of guy where you have to kiss up to him. And like if you do that, he'll do good things. I mean, if you're mean to him, then he'll fucking, wrath of God type shit.
And it's like, man, this is not good karma, That's what I was thinking at the time. I'm looking. I was
sure
two
you
tables
are,
away
bud.
from Trump, and I'm looking. I'm like, man, this is too much,
Well, it's kind of crazy what they made out of that, because that's the kind of guy that if you tell him he can't do something, he's going to just keep trying. Like
it was a big mistake to rag on him so much at that White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Well, just look at the way they've attacked him
I agree with that.
just using the legal system, like this thing in New York where the 34 different felony counts that were essentially misdemeanors. That there are bookkeeping errors that they decided, even though it passed the statute of limitations, they decided to try him for these. They didn't identify a felony.
Abuse of the law is what's going on.
No,
but most people.
But he broke the law.
Quit. Yeah. Most people, after the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit and this lawsuit and all the other
He
ones,
did all those.
the insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, all these different things.
He looks fucking good for him
off of Twitter.
here.
Most people would have just like, this is
Usually
too
looks
much.
worse.
I can't take this. But he's so fucking crazy. He's like, all right, come on, we're going to war, and
he got kicked off Twitter on January 6th, right? Probably because he wouldn't fucking call it off when everybody knew it was directly his doing. Like, I mean, if you're not going to be, like, if there's not going to be incitement to violence, like, if that's going to be the rule, then you can't have that January 6th not count as that, right? Like, he should have been fucking banned long before that anyway. He broke the rules like fucking at least once a week.
digs his fucking heels in and keeps going.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy to do that to. Just
I
like
just hate this
attacking
shit.
him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Oh, they're so mean to Trump. I can't stand this whiny bullshit. Shut the fuck up, Rogan.
Most people would have been humiliated. He got angry. And he's like, yeah, all right. You say I can't be president? I've been thinking about running for about 15 fucking years.
Right.
Finally, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a real bad move. But yeah, I mean, I could certainly understand like making some jokes about like, you know, a few sort of passing jokes on Trump. But man, I was there at that dinner and that they ragged on Trump so much it was insane.
The reason why I would push back on that, because I would say there's a
bunch
bunch of
of
different speakers, right? And Trump would obviously be a target. And if they all attacked him, it's because he's like, if you're going to make fun of people in the audience, and especially in the zeitgeist, that whole birther thing was big.
Yeah.
And most people were dismissing it as being...
I mean, but look at it from the other side, man. Fucking Obama must have been annoyed at, you know, like him nonstop fucking attacking him. And Obama's like, dude, my mom's a CIA agent. What are you talking about? Like
a ridiculous conspiracy theory. So who the fuck is this guy saying this?
Sure.
And so you have 8 to 10 individual speakers that are writing monologues. Of course, they're all going to hit Trump.
Yeah, well, anyway, obviously it was a mistake.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have done that. But like, I like, you know, invite people to watch the original source material, and I think a few jokes are fine. You know, it's like, but it's like he shouldn't be it felt like he was the primary object of the roast.
Yeah,
which is that's
he shouldn't
not,
have gone.
The whole point.
He should have known he was going to get roasted.
The president, not roast the audience.
The thing about it is like he's easy to roast.
Yeah,
and then on top of that, Obama was like loved and cherished by the left.
Yes.
And most of those people are on the left. There's only so far you can push. You know, you can't ask him about his chef. You know, there's like certain what happened with the chef, bro?
Yeah.
You can't. It's like certain things you can't bring up.
You want to? What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Wasn't that guy a really good swimmer?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
You can't bring that up.
That's a good point.
If you're
What
going
did
to roast
happen with
Hillary,
the
you
chef?
can't bring up the death count.
Like, Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email?
It's not funny.
Yeah, it's if you're doing one of those
she
things.
destroyed the servers and poured like bleach on the servers, like computers.
She poured bleach on them?
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's like it wasn't just like they took a hammer to it. They like destroyed.
Did you see that
like,
thing
there was
he
no
tweeted
possible
today too? Like
way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there? I mean,
that's what I mean.
What was in there? What was in there?
Why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
What was in there?
The whole thing is
He tweeted some shit today that was like TikTok or whatever type deal. Somebody had been like, he quote tweeted some hog that was like, again, fake news, right? It was like I don't think it was actually an article. I think it was like made to look like an article that was like, oh, fucking, big lib busted for pedo shit. And then you like read into the details and it's like he had fucking like kitty porn on his Telegram account, which is like, I couldn't really tell from reading it, but it was like, it seemed like if it's like a thread that you're on, like Telegram, it's like you follow the different threads, like kind of like a subreddit, I guess, but it's like more sort of text messagey. It's like Reddit mixed with texts. If you're in one of those and there's people sharing fucking, like porn in there somewhere, I don't know if that was counting what the guy was busted for, but anyway, the headline that they had posted had accused him of like raping a bunch of kids, and then it turns out that it was like the fucking pictures in his Telegram account. And it wasn't clear too if what had actually happened with that. But fucking Elon's like quote tweeting it like, oh, we're gonna get your ass or whatever. Like, it's just, yeah, so dumb.
There's no legal action against that, which is clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also, there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy.
Fucking Trump was president, man. Seriously, like, personally, I would fucking love that. I think a lot of people would. Did Trump go shit? If Trump had locked her up, he'd be president still. Or I guess he wouldn't be president anymore, but if he had done that, the whole fucking country would have rejoiced, Bleach bit isn't actually bleach. Yeah. Yeah, right? You poured bleach on it. Like, but it's like, what? Destruction of evidence. Yeah, they're going to go after Hillary Clinton for destruction of evidence. And I mean, I just hate when they act like the Clintons are above the law or whatever, when Trump fucking explicitly ran on blocking her up and then got into office and then didn't do a goddamn thing. So I feel like you lose the right to fucking complain about that.
Is that he's going to destroy democracy. So in order to destroy democracy, we have to install a president without a primary.
Right.
We have to have a candidate that is the least liked vice president of all time, the least popular vice president of all time.
Except for
and
J.D.
then
Vance,
use
huh?
gaslighting and the full force of the media machine to turn her into the future.
What gaslighting? What are you talking about?
And then she's going to be
What are you talking about gaslighting? Turn her into? You have fucking libs in the media fucking talking about their preferred candidate who's, an annoying lib. Like, it's just what do you mean? Like, this whole thing that they're like, oh, they fucking manipulated us into liking her. No. Like, she's incredibly unlikable, remains incredibly unlikable. It's just that Trump is even more unlikable. Like, they're each sort of like the only person the other one could beat, like the only person who's like more unliked is the other one, if that makes sense.
Change, even though she's the sitting vice president. And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for 12 of 16 years?
Right.
Which is crazy. Like, this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important.
No,
I've not been politically active until this election, and the reason I've been politically active this election is because I think if we don't elect Trump, I think we will lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We will lose the two-party
It's
system.
just the lib take, but the opposite.
Let me explain why. So,
oh my god,
there's only like six.
Oh my god, it's so perfect. Like, these guys complain about the libs nonstop, and he literally just used the libs attacks, fucking reversed. Like, how does he not know that? I mean, god damn.
Swing states.
We're going to lose democracy if Kamala
is
wins.
small, often
really?
like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing.
This shit right here, like, I don't understand. You don't think you have the great replacement voters in your coalition already? You think you need to keep doing this idiotic take? That's just what I mean. It's like, this thing is more like, this type of argument I feel like is so fucking stupid that like you're turning off potential like independent types. Like, it's like, whoa, Elon is repeating this and I know this is bullshit because fucking, like immigrants don't vote, especially not like fucking, asylum seeking immigrants. Like, does anybody like thinking about the Democrats doing some move like that that's going to pay off maybe in 20 years or whatever is just laughable, How, who, like, everybody knows you have to be a citizen to vote, right? Everybody knows it takes a long time to qualify for citizenship. Like, that's not, like, people believe, like, racist shit or whatever, but, like, that one, I don't know who is, who that's a gettable voter still would believe that, right? It's like the types of numbers of people that you would have to import and then in the hopes or in the expectation that they all vote Democrat, it's like ridiculous. Like, why would they vote for you, first of all, when you guys can't fucking talk for 5 minutes without saying something racist? Yeah, but I mean, that's the kind of people who believe this, right? I feel like and again, they already had those guys, right? Like, the type of guy that they were trying to get was the sort of mostly apolitical independent type, I mean, maybe. This is just like, this type of shit is not like I don't know. I guess fucking dumbasses, this guy, sunglasses guy, people like that.
Swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You'll just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers.
And
so if
they're
you
voting
have a state
for who?
that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the.
That's a good take. Yeah, we were just saying that. This fucking asshole. Trump has a 30% chance to win. I mean, the odds have him at 44%. I just bet against him because, the odds.
It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote.
No, wait a minute. The odds were the other way. Sorry, 56%. But then, like, the from what I understand, the fucking betting markets are rigged because there's a bunch of whales who are like just dumping money on Trump to try to keep the fucking odds even. So I don't know.
And then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary,
which is so crazy, and it's so crazy that people are fine with that.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine.
What do you mean fine with it? People don't like Trump. He's not a popular figure. He's got his fucking core support, and then everybody else hates his fucking guts, right? Like, that's not fine with it. Is that they don't want to vote for him. They hate him. So, yeah, we don't have a choice, Elon. You're fucking coming to the conclusion, right? No, of course not. I mean, I don't think pardon is exactly what it is. I think it's like the Democrat, like I said this earlier, but the Democrats like would have not gone after him for anything, any laws he's broken, any crimes they've done. They would not have pursued it. However, now that he's made himself like a public MAGA guy, now I feel like they might,
And with that, because they think that's a good idea.
Well, they just want to win. They just want to win.
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives.
What do you?
If the Democrat Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue.
Rogan is like trying to
and then we're a one-party state.
Pick up what he's putting down,
and
he's like
doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck.
This is too dumb even for Rogan.
By bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states, keep stacking it.
Again, you keep saying illegal.
Successive election.
So you keep saying illegal. Like, what's your premise for how they become legal? That's the part that you're really hazy about. If illegal immigrants could vote, then sure, you might have a good take here. They can't. They have to fucking become citizens first, which is a huge process that's certainly not being done before the fucking election. Like, it's like, knowing these people, they don't do jack shit that doesn't serve their immediate interest. For them to be like, oh, we're going to get, 5 years down the line, they're going to vote for us. Really? First of all, that's dubious to begin with, just because the fucking immigrants are not, they're not, demographics isn't destiny or whatever, right?
It'll be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. If you want to see, well, is this actually going to happen? Well, look at California.
Yeah.
California is supermajority Dem. 70%.
Well, I think the thing
Dem.
is, okay, so what are you complaining about? It's California. So you think that, it's got, a silent majority or something? It just seems like this fucking asshole is, crying because the fucking country is not what he wants it to be or whatever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should nationalize SpaceX and then deport him. I mean, I'm sure he's got tons of shit they could be going after him for. But the thing is, I think Tesla is part of the the whole asset bubble, right? Like, people have been saying that there's a overinflated, a lot of the stocks are overinflated, and they're completely out of whack with what they should be valued at. And Tesla is the cornerstone of that. So going after him would tank those Tesla share prices, and that would probably start a chain reaction.
A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal
he's basically safe
to show
for now,
ID in any election in California.
Showing up without IDs and voting.
So a friend of mine went to vote.
It should be easy to find.
In Palo Alto. Because he was like, is this for real? He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, no, we can't even look at that ID. Yeah. It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
For any election at all, even city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
What?
The reason is to cheat.
It's only.
Why would they have to cheat if it's 70%
any other way? And I think 84% of people
Uh-huh.
polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Because they don't understand. They don't understand why.
We're extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID.
There's a fucking... Because you've already submitted your information to register to vote before you vote. So you're in the voter roll, right? It's just ridiculous. So they're just stealing somebody's identity, I guess, right? I guess you could say, oh yeah, I'm Don Jones, I live here, but you'd have to know that. So you're getting these illegal immigrants who are just, I guess, so happy, so filled with gratitude that they're not being fucking deported or whatever, that they are tracking down somebody who lives in, again, swing districts, I guess, is part of the theory, right? And trying to get people's identities. I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. Well, look. Seems like they should be able to determine,
Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove.
What?
Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right.
What do you mean? If you're not in the book, he's saying that you have to give them your name and address. Like, you're in the voter roll where you registered to vote. Like, I've fucking worked at the polls before. Like, this stuff is all like, again, this is not this is like not the issue that he's pretending it is.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's insane.
It's insane.
And what I'm saying is that
how is it legal?
What I'm saying is like this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America.
There's going to be too many brown voters after this, and then I won't be able to fucking,
Trump they are guilty of. And if Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states.
How?
Every election going forward will be.
So you admit that they're not actually voting now?
A guaranteed Democrat win.
The thing is, though, like, they have Tesla stock too. All these other people, they're all part of the asset bubble. So it's like the rich people aren't going to do anything like that. That's going to affect their fucking bank account, you know?
And it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California. Like you and I did. You and I used to be in California.
Bye-bye.
But we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election,
fucking go,
they will
bro.
legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states.
Go back to South Africa, man.
Everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
it.
This is it.
This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried to push back?
Go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this?
What do you mean debate what?
Has anybody
it's
tried
fucking
to say
ridiculous.
This is nonsense? This is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
His voice is the least annoying part to me.
The left actually,
everything else he
does not want to pick up much on this argument, because the more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say, like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes.
Yeah, he is so much, and it's not enough, right? Yeah.
Flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using a shipping app.
Yes.
Who?
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
Oh, you have an app.
Again, asylum seekers, you said it. So, yeah, it's a fucking... We have treaty obligations. Which, again, I don't know why I never hear the Democrats talk about that. They just agree with the fucking right-wing framing of the immigration. Like, if you want to fucking pull out of the treaty, then say that. You know, like, if you want to, like, not be a part of the international system that we are, then say that. That's a different argument than, oh, the Democrats are letting illegals in. It's like, the answer to this has been clear all along. Fucking spend the money on, you know, more judges instead of more fucking ICE agents. But they don't care. They don't fucking care at all. This is just an issue to them. And this guy, I think he's got to know better. This is just he's just fucking trying to get the hogs out to vote, you know?
App. And you fly people in.
They're literally being flown in to the swing states.
Yeah, I think Rogan acts dumb on purpose too.
I think the left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention this gets, the more people realize it is true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's why they don't. That's why they're just pretending that they're pretending I'm not saying anything.
What's your proposal, Elon? Let's hear it.
They're literally flying vast numbers of illegals who are then beholden to the Democrats, and sometimes I get the rebuttal of
they're beholden. Okay, well, maybe if you didn't keep fucking threatening them and attacking them and trying to do all kinds of fucking horrific things to them, maybe they would be gettable for you. No, of course not.
Illegals they don't have the same social values as the Democrat Party because they're like more socially conservative. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the point. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, their primary thing is staying in the country and getting their friends and family in, and then the Democrats give them all these benefits, like tons of benefits, more benefits than than citizens.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah.
They're beholden to the Democrats for all these benefits. They want to get their friends and family in, which the Democrats support and the Republicans don't, so they vote Dem.
Yeah.
And you can look empirically at California and say, like, did they vote Republican or Democrat in California? Oh, they voted Democrat, big time.
Well, Reagan gave them amnesty in the 1980s, and that
86.
changed the state basically, except for Arnold, changed the state entirely blue.
Yes.
And Arnold was an exception because he was like a socially liberal.
Yeah. Again, normal. His values were in line with the people in the state, so they elected him. Do you want them to elect fucking right-wing freaks? Like, why would you think that would happen? It's like ridiculous.
Famous guy.
Yeah.
And, didn't really impose
That's all
any
Elon
radical
does,
restrictions on any of the
like,
people that were
cites
going to vote
some,
Democrat in the first
like, scientific, like maxim that he knows and it's not necessarily applicable and applies it in every situation.
place. The whole thing is just, it's bizarre to watch play out because it just seems like this can't be actually what's happening. Did you see my conversation with Fetterman about it?
Yeah.
He was completely in denial about it. I don't think there's that level of organization. I'm like, what are you talking about?
There's not. Yeah.
Exactly. Just because you can break it down. So like, are any of these numbers wrong? Because we got these numbers from Homeland Security Government.gov. Okay.
Right.
So we got it from the .gov website. Has the government reported these numbers incorrectly? No, they have not. Those numbers, if anything, are low.
Okay.
So they have in fact flown vast numbers.
The numbers. First of all, the flying thing is, again, you saw fucking Greg Abbott putting people on the buses, sending them everywhere. I mean, they can stay in Texas if you'd rather, but again, nobody's denying that part, right? This is the thing he loves to do. That he loved to do is like to debunk something and like they'll like debunk part of an argument, but not necessarily the part that matters or the part that is like in dispute. So he'll do like, oh yeah, there's nobody's denying that there's asylum seekers all over the country. However, I'm not clear on how are they voting? Wouldn't it just be easier if you're gonna like pay people to go pretend to be voters? Wouldn't it just be easier to just find non-voters and pay them? Like, give them $100 or whatever. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, that's the part of the argument that you never fucking prove, and you just imply that that's what's happening with nothing at all. Like, he's not even like making an argument for how that happens.
Illegals to swing states.
Yeah.
Bypassing the border entirely. And so that is factually true. Then you can say like, well,
okay, so when are they voting though?
Voting pattern? Overwhelmingly Democrat into swing states.
What?
And then, well, but do the Democrats actually want to fast track them for citizenship?
What?
Yes, they do.
So like okay, so that you just admitted that they were socially conservative. So what?
You can see Chuck Schumer on TV saying at a rally this year was saying he wants to fast track.
Hey, how come Trump didn't fix the country in 2017 through 2018, 2019, 2020? How come he didn't even lock up Hillary Clinton? Fucking loser, dude.
And make all 11 million or however many.
Didn't even lock up Hillary Clinton.
Citizens as soon as possible.
So the goal citizens.
They are fast tracking citizenship as quickly as possible, so whether one thinks it's cheating or not, it won't matter because they will be fully able to vote.
And for people on the left,
this is actually happening. I invite people to rebut this and show me where I am wrong.
Show me where you're right. You're not fucking proving. You're not like, okay, here's the fucking people who immigrated, who voted. That seems like the kind of thing you would need to have this. If I was making this argument, I wouldn't make it without some documentation that there's large amounts of fucking illegals or even recently citizenized, right? Let's see that. Show me where you have fucking people who were approved for citizenship in the past year voting at record numbers. It's ridiculous.
Please do so.
No, they can't.
They can't.
They can't.
Because it's true.
Well, what's scary to me is that there's people that are on the left,
Nothing,
like
Rogan,
people
really?
that were Bernie Sanders supporters, for example.
Yeah,
like
Bernie
I
got
was.
screwed with talk about undermining democracy. Bernie should have won the nomination,
Exactly.
and they stole it from him and gave it to Hillary.
Exactly. That was what I was going to bring up. Like they
look at
control
this
the primary
fucking.
process.
It's funny that his name is Limits to Cope, and then he just comes in here and coping so fucking hard. Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you've got if you have a Democratic primary, it's not democratic. We just saw that. We saw it with Bernie. We saw it with Kamala. That like a week before Biden,
Kamala,
was summarily fired. He was posting that he's in it for the long term. He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not giving up. And the next thing you know, Sunday afternoon, they're posting on X that he's resigned from the race.
Which is
and his staff didn't even know. Like they're reading it on the X platform. Okay, that's how they learned about it.
Well, I mean, what's the argument there? Like, yeah, he determined that he was not up for the job, and the polling reflected that, so he decided not to run. I mean, I think this is a weak argument they make too. I don't understand why they make it.
What do you think happened there? How did they do that?
What do you mean? They tried, like, it was the easy way or the hard way, and then they start fucking getting increasingly aggressive when they're interviewed. You see Nancy Pelosi saying shit. Like, it's pretty obvious what happened there. I don't know. Like, it's fucked up that they did that, after the primary, but I think that was intentional too, right? They knew Kamala wouldn't win a primary. Duh.
Because
he's clearly just not in charge. Obviously,
they could have used the 25th Amendment,
fake president.
But they would have to admit that there was a certain period of time where they knew that he was mentally compromised.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so they made this decision to not do that.
Well, the weird thing is that the president's supposed to be the boss.
Right.
And yet he's obviously not the boss.
Right. So who's running the country? If she's busy campaigning, she's so busy she can't do anything except Saturday Night Live. She did that. She's so busy. She's constantly campaigning. How could you be paying attention to international relations?
Yeah.
How could you be paying attention to the economy? How could you be paying attention to any of those things?
Every president who's ever run
You can't.
is in that situation.
Biden being the president's supposed to be the CEO, the chief guy, he's commander in chief. But it's just obviously that Biden was not. He was just a puppet. And when the various puppet masters decided that the puppet it was no longer useful, they just tossed out the puppet and then got a new puppet with Kamala. I mean, Kamala can't even talk. That you invited her on your show. I think the most damage that could possibly be done to a campaign is going in your show and seeing what she says in hours 2 and 3.
2 and 3 is when things get
2
spicy.
and 3.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got spicy in her.
So I want to go back to the point you were making, Bree, and I want to ask you, Fuad, your thoughts on this. Because maybe it's cowardly of me. Maybe I haven't really fully thought out what the process would be like. But I do say, don't blame it on Jill Stein. Don't blame it on Jill Stein voters. You kind of want there to be. Yeah. You kind of want it to.
Yeah, I think this time, instead of denying it, you should just be like, yeah, fuck you. That's right. You lost because you didn't have us. Okay? What are you going to do about it?
Be attributed to Jill Stein and her voters. So what is the ideal thing that would happen for you this November on election day, and then like in the short term and the long term following it?
The ideal outcome would be to get 5%.
Okay. And who would become president?
Oh, well, the ideal outcome is that Jill Stein wins and becomes president.
All right. Okay. But on the off chance that she doesn't, between Trump and Kamala.
Oh, well, that's between them.
Okay.
Kamala had an opportunity to win votes that are of people who are kind of politically aligned with me. And if she chooses not to do so, that's on her. What Trump does is none of my business.
I know it's hard because I click
me
it.
and nobody
I see him earlier in the day.
interest in Donald Trump. He will never be able to earn our votes. So it's kind of irrelevant. It's Kamala's to lose. And if she chooses to lose it, then she's served one positive purpose.
She's
She's
right.
plunged the country into disarray, but she's served the purpose of demonstrating the utter fecklessness of the Democratic Party.
Okay, so then what happens? So let's say we wake up and Trump is president. What happens next? How does that, and this is not me saying like, this is not a rhetorical question. Does that improve, like, does that potentially lead to something better than the two-party system status quo that we have now? And if
I just subscribed to their Patreon a lot of unscrupulous Democrats who are manufacturing consent for a genocide to suddenly have permission to say, oh, the thing that is happening is bad, because now it's no longer got electoral implications for saying the truth.
I don't know though. I feel like the libs might hold fast with their genocide's actually okay position because they don't want to admit that they were wrong all along, that kind of thing. But who knows?
And eventually it will become Donald Trump's war, and I'm sure there'll be pussy hats and marchers in the streets in protest of it. I also think there is a non-negligible chance that Donald Trump might actually bring the siege to a close faster than Joe Biden, not because of the goodness of his heart or because he gives a fig about Palestinians, but because there is some indication that Netanyahu is trying to avoid any kind of denouement because it helps Donald Trump. You see these arguments all the time. Donald Trump says, well, I would just be firmer. They have to wrap it up. Again, not out of a sense of humanitarian need, but because I think there is an understanding that even among the Republican base, they don't want America spending money on this endlessly. I think it's possible.
Well, there's that, but it's also, it looks bad. It makes America look bad. We lose what remaining credibility we had. I mean, Trump is cognizant of that.
Important fact here is that it's hard to imagine it. Look, everything can always get worse, but when you're at the level that we're at right now, it feels deeply cruel to say, oh, there could be someone less worse than Hitler. There could be someone.
I mean, it's also like Trump might accidentally do something good just because of his own petty bullshit, I think is the best argument you can make for him. I think like the real argument against him is not, Gaza, I would say it's probably a wash between the two of them, if I'm being honest. It's, other stuff that he's worse on, right?
Worse than Hitler, I guess, but I'm not going to vote for Hitler.
Yeah.
Like there could be a numerical difference.
Yeah, but I mean, Gaza doesn't, it hurts what little bit is left. It continues to evaporate with Gaza, right? Just the combination of Ukraine and Gaza, I think, is a really bad look. Like historians are going to write about that,
It could get worse numerically, let's say.
Of course. And here's the question that never gets asked of the other side. How does voting for Kamala, how does Kamala winning change the status quo?
Just fucking Kamala. Like I'm not gonna like I get angry about it because it's just like you could have you didn't like. When you're announced as the candidate, you fucking call BB and you say, "Look, dude, you have until inauguration. Like, I'm going to start campaigning on this," and then she can say it at her rallies, "I'm gonna, on day one, I'm gonna end this shit, whatever, say whatever threat you want." And this could have been a non-issue for her, and the fact that she's like that committed to the cause is like really alarming.
In the war, she committed. I just saw it on Twitter again this night to not diverting from Joe Biden's policy on Israel. How does Kamala winning and then another Democrat winning,
I saw she said something,
winning, another Republican winning, another Democrat winning for the rest of all time for 100, 200, 300 years do anything to change the status quo in Israel and America and any part of the world? Answer that question.
Right. They're so used to their answer of lesser evilism working that they don't even think that you have to answer that question that you're posing. I think that's not even a thing for them, right? They're just like, oh well, that's an idealistic, that's utopian.
That's a good camera angle for her.
Trump would be worse, or or the Supreme Court. Like, I don't even think they feel any pressure to answer that question.
No. And this is what's so crazy. And again, I get into this in my radar.
I mean, our system selects for the biggest psychos around, like just every category, like every aspect of life, the biggest freak show maniac is the one who gets to the top, right? It's always like you're most willing to like stab your neighbor in the back or sell out your boss or whatever it is, right? It's just, it selects for it. Like we have a system that's optimized for the biggest maniacs in charge.
But I look at, Mehdi Hassan did that monologue like a week or two ago where he specifically was mad at Muslim voters who are saying, I'm going to vote for Jill Stein, and specifically
He
got,
would
I
be
think,
so much
triggered
worse
by
right now if it
people who
wasn't for
are
He's mad at
Gaza.
you too.
Well, yeah, this was
another story. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But at one point in the monologue, he says, so he asked this question, like, what's going to happen the day after? Do you think the Democrats are actually going to move to the left if you tank the election for them? The Democratic Party doesn't care about Muslims. We'll just have one evil Republican Party that hates Muslims, and we'll also have a Democratic Party that hates Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for.
I'm like, you just admitted it. Like, you
Gloria
just said
the
the thing. Neither of these parties care about you. Both of these parties will send you to the gulag. Both of these parties will genocide Muslims and Christians in Palestine. Both. So you're asking us to keep buying into this system that's literally murdering people in the tens of thousands, and I have to turn on Twitter every day and see a kid with half of his skull missing
every single day.
Excuse me, sorry. Every single day, and I know that it was American bombs that did it, and I know that, I'm sorry, like, this is an insane
The biggest
thing that
bombs
we
we
just all
have.
acting like it's okay in this country.
Yeah,
Raytheon,
she's right. Yeah,
the largest defense contractor in the United States.
I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's like I said early in Biden's presidency, like when they took that Afghan money, like they stole the reserves in Afghanistan when they pulled out and the Taliban took over. Because they were salty about losing the war and wanted to like fucking punish them, so they stole their reserves, just like $6 billion, I think. And it was this country that was like fucking, starving. There's like kids fucking dying of famine, and they steal the little bit of fucking foreign currency they have. It's like when they do stuff like that, it's like so evil. It's like hard to give them credit for anything at all. Like it's hard to say that, like, it's like almost like that is like a did not qualify, like a like a fail for the course, and you can't give them a grade on the exam or something.
Has a member of their board immediately left the board of Raytheon to become Secretary of Defense under Joe Biden.
They had to get an exemption for it.
Raytheon has given more money to Kamala Harris's campaign than any other political campaign in the country. Raytheon,
it's so overt. It's so in your face.
Comprise Israel's Iron Dome.
Yeah, the Iron Dome money
2 weeks after October.
Well, like, the thing is, the Iron Dome, right? If anybody said, I can tell by the way that like AOC talks about it, if anything is going to happen, it's going to be strictly on offensive weapons, like they did with Saudi Arabia during Yemen. So they will still give them the Iron Dome shit. It'll just be no more JDAMs, which again seems like a really fucking mild ask, right? Like it seems like really easy for the Democrats to put that as part of their, campaign promises or whatever. Like fucking cut off offensive weapons to Israel. You will continue to sell them the billions of dollars you're making from Iron Dome money. I mean, it got fucking revealed huge between Ukraine and that. It's like the countries who are still buying from the U.S. military industrial complex are doing it, for diplomatic reasons, not because it's like the shit that they want, right? I'm sure they have some stuff, like I think their nuclear subs are really good from what I understand, but like I'm sure they have a couple different things that are the javelins people seem to like, but like most of their shit's just overpriced crap, and like it's really being shown up because they never had to use it before, really. They're like their missile defense systems, like the Patriot missiles, they're like not were never actually put into action where they had to be on alert and fucking go off a lot, right? It was always just there for show mostly, and now they're actually having to like try to hit down Russian and fucking Hezbollah's missiles. They're looks like shit.
October 7th, the CEO of Raytheon is on.
Whereas fucking, did you see the one in Iran? Like, that is supposed to be part of the story, but like the story behind that Israeli retaliation, like the retaliation to the retaliation, where there was this big buildup and then it was just like couple minor explosions and a couple soldiers dead or something. That had been like part of the reason for that is because the S-300s that they didn't know were in place and immediately shot down like most of the shit that they threw at them. So the Russian missile defense system is working just fine, you know.
CNBC or whatever, talking about how we've had a banner year already because of Ukraine, but things are looking even more up because of all of the weapons that we're going to manufacture for Israel and to re-up its stockpiles for the Iron Dome. Like the incentives
all over the world is what they do.
So sitting there and having these
they just goad their adversary. They just goad their adversaries into attacking them, and then after they attack, they use it as a opportunity to do carte blanche. It's just that Ukraine, they didn't have the air power, so they couldn't sell as much shit. They love Israel because they can air superiority.
Better having these inane conversations
about
big
ticket items.
Kamala's here and she's softer on Palestine and she doesn't seem to hate Muslims the way that Biden does. So things are going to get better.
She kind of does though.
Even if Kamala in her little hearts of hearts was deeply sympathetic and like cries herself to bed at night in her silk bonnet.
Mom was like upper caste too, right?
Anything because she is not allowed to be president of the United States of America.
I bet you her family in India are Modi fans.
Without a primary and put into the slot and set up for what she's been set up for, unless she commits to the donor class, to the deep state, to the military-industrial complex. These are the rules, and they weren't invented yesterday. So people who are ostensibly on the left, like Mehdi,
Tulsi Gabbard,
who are even for a second entertaining the idea that there'll be anything under the sky. It's even worse. Mehdi doesn't even really entertain that there's going to be anything different under Kamala. He's just like, oh, something on the margins will be better.
I mean,
so he literally refers to both candidates in his own monologue as genocidal. There are two genocidal candidates, and he's literally asking you to vote for one of two genocidal candidates instead of trying. I don't know what'll work. I don't know what's going to happen with the Green Party, but I know what the status quo is, and that is fundamentally not working. And that we have to at least try to raise consciousness around the idea that the status quo is absolutely unacceptable and cannot be pushed and cannot be changed.
Yes.
And the two-party corporate structure is fundamentally flawed, cannot be reformed, and we should not rehabilitate it by pretending otherwise.
Okay, Juan, what do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to follow that up. I mean, Brianna makes the case so strongly and has been making the case for a while now. I remember even before Biden was,
Constitution,
an architect of a genocide.
Like the whole Constitution is like based on this pipe dream that there's no parties, right? Which I don't know how that was supposed to work, but like none of the shit that it works with the rigid partisan structure like this at all. Like it just, it's understood that too, right? I mean, we need to change it up if we're going to keep this. And the partisan, like it's so that model. They do it all over the world is they find some way to divide the population and then just pit them against each other. It's very effective. Like everyone is just fucking interested in Trump losing, just like in Ukraine, it was all about like, Russia, good or bad. And then they made everybody fight over it. All over the world. Obvious what it is in Israel, right? Like, kill them. How fast should we kill all these people? It doesn't work, but it's like it's not even that their interests are lying. Like they all work for the same people. They all, they're all working for Raytheon effectively, right? It's like basically the country run by fucking Raytheon lobbyists. I mean, I don't think that's an overstatement. I mean, I guess that's a little bit, but not really. Like, look at our policy. Like, the way that this administration is governed, and honestly, the best explanation is that they are optimizing fucking missile sales. Honestly, like, and even like, so starting the conflict, but then once the conflict gets going, like, the way that they fight the conflict, it seems to be dependent upon fucking maximizing destruction of property of your weapons, and I think that's like they've been goading Iran into attacking so much. They would like Iran to come fucking blow up some more of that military equipment that they can replace, you know, the whole fucking country. That's all it is. It's like a fucking weapons dealer. Like the entire fucking foreign policy is just about how do we sell the most weapons all over the world. It's so fucked up. Really? I mean, look, that's who has money, you know? If you think about it, the right wing, the people that have all the money now, like even among like working class people too, like they all work for these scumbag military companies and tech companies who are, you know, the other part of this equation. It's just this like tech fused military apparatus, and they, you know, force countries around the world to like get hooked on their product. Are Raytheon plants protected by the Iron Dome? I don't know. They don't talk about the like missile defense system domestically too often. I think they're not even, they won't even say whether they have one at the Pentagon. Right? The Pentagon, again, I would think would use 9/11 as an excuse to justify you know, missile defense. But, I mean, they do have that. Didn't they have it in some places? I was gonna say not the UK, but that's like one of the things that's been effective is they got that plant shut down in the UK. And I like how the courts there rule on the side of the protesters. I seen a court rule that like you know, Israel's actions are genocidal. The fucking protesters are right to protest, which was pretty cool.
You were making this case very principled, you know, very strong and very convincingly, right? The thing that I would say that is sort of missing from the conversation in general that we haven't mentioned today is like when Biden was still the candidate, right? And there was this pressure campaign of the uncommitted movement, and we saw his poll numbers tanking and him losing because of what he was doing in Palestine.
You see, the uncommitted campaign was taking money from the Dems.
Right? There was a pressure campaign that got him.
I saw today the head of the uncommitted movement, the national uncommitted movement, took 400 grand from a Dem super PAC. So they were legally not allowed to endorse anybody else. Which is just perfect, right? Like the same thing they did with BLM, right? Is they grab a hold of the fucking national brand and destroy it.
Pulled out, and suddenly Kamala gets put in, and suddenly her poll numbers are winnable again, right? And so we saw a case where someone is pressured, things change, and suddenly there's a chance to win. And in that moment, a lot of people in my life, I'm a cynical person. So a lot of people in my life, though, and a lot of Arab Americans that I know were, hopeful that this switch would bring about a different stance because Biden was just so massively unpopular, because the uncommitted movement was specifically targeting his Gaza policy, right? And that was a hope at the time.
So
and Kamala
fucking
since
evil.
then has at every turn shot on every possibility of that change, right?
Yep.
So
she's been so bad. It's like she's intentionally
the election
bad.
Isn't today. I mean, a lot of people are voting early now, but the election isn't today. She could still theoretically change her rhetoric. It's too late for a lot of people. It was too late the day that she took this position as the nominee, which again was an anti-democratic process where no one got to make their voices heard, where we put, I think, the weakest candidate forward. I say we as if I'm part of the Democratic Party, but they put forward, I think, the weakest candidate who is tied to a Biden, administration that is massively unpopular, that is tied to this genocide, right? So, and now to see her adopting again this Cheney strategy of let's pull from the right, as opposed to the left.
I mean, this isn't really about religion.
It debases any sort of hope that people had. So I really do struggle to, like Brianna said, to blame anyone. And I'm speaking from personal experience today, watching Jill Stein speak about Gaza in the terms that she does, to see my humanity as a Jewish person who says that her Jewish values are the reason that she can't stand by this genocide, right? In the same way that Katie, you speak out so effectively and reach so many people. That is, you know, so impactful to see in a world that is completely blocked out,
So
not only blocked out that
cartoonishly
opinion,
evil.
but
Like,
punished
it's
people
so
for
bad.
speaking out against it, right? To compare someone like Jill Stein who has gotten arrested for protesting and
And
been
they just
brutalized for
expect us to
protesting this
watch them
genocide,
do it?
to compare her to Kamala Harris, who this past week was in one of her media interviews, she specifically stated that, you know, she spoke her line about Gaza and the people that have been massacred there, the innocent civilians, and then she said, and I can't remember the exact terms, so I don't want to, you know, be misquoting quoting her here, but she said something along the lines of the worst thing of the past year, the most like tragic was October 7th.
Right.
So that was her in literally saying it out loud, saying the quiet part out loud, that Israeli lives matter more to her, right? And for me, I
Sure, why
personally
not?
think October 7th was a really like horrific day, right? Where civilians were massacred. That I stand by, you know, like any people being massacred that are civilians should not be, right? And yet she has at every turn made it clear she won't change her policy on Israel vis-a-vis, you know,
be that many
Biden's
people.
policy. She does consider Israeli lives more
They all
than
do.
Palestinian
And
lives.
they
They
can't
matter more
even
than
like
Palestinian
hide
lives.
it. Like
So
it's
I
so
cannot
fucked
blame
up.
anyone, especially
Like, how
someone
can you not
Palestinian
just,
like me,
like,
from not voting for someone like that. And then I will bring it back and say the election isn't right now. She, you know, but again, I have very little hope. The DNC was another great example where she couldn't even bring on an Arab speaker to speak. That is the most
endorse
bare
her.
minimum.
Hard to
Yeah,
say.
to endorse her in a speech that is like pre-written and pre-checked off, and from a list of like this is the most simple ask that she couldn't even give. And now I just read, like, had removed some Muslim speaker from some event.
An event,
So again, at every turn, she has doubled down on the position that, again, is not popular. Like you said earlier,
Yeah,
Katie,
I mean, but
this
it's
is
more like
a
a
position,
proxy
an
for
arms
white
embargo now,
supremacy,
which,
don't you think?
you know, not even just
It's not
ceasefire.
just-
Ceafire's been
It's not just the Jewish ones, mainly the European ones, right? The fucking local Jewish, or, you know, by a lot of accounts, like second-class citizens, the Mizrahi, and obviously the Arab, or, you know, at the bottom of the pecking order.
popular for a long time amongst all Americans, but now arms embargo is popular among all Americans, regardless of political affiliation. So if she wants to pull those supposed Republicans that are,
obviously
you
an
know, Cheney
imperial
fans
project,
that are
you
going to
know?
vote for her, maybe do some things that are popular
Yeah.
for the whole country. But I will speak on behalf of the people in my circle. Every day is sort of like,
The new
exactly what you're
worst thing
saying,
I've
Ron, that
ever
some people are like,
seen?
things on the margins will be a little better, and Trump is saying this rhetoric, you know. So honestly, a lot of people in my life don't know what exactly they're going to do. I would say in non-swing states in particular, like, come on, there is a 5% win that we could get, which would give us a lot of legitimacy in a third party and start to change things on the longer term. That feels very reasonable to me, and it sends a message to the Democratic Party. But again, I think a lot of Arab Americans are torn and so hopeless, to the point that, like I said at the beginning of the episode, and I'll close out with this, the fact that there are polls that are showing that there's Trump support, significant Trump support among Arab Americans, is very depressing, but also shows the position that a lot of us are in. We're so hopeless that
A lot of those guys were always
I would say to
right-wingers,
anyone out there who is considering that a vote for Trump, you know, I think he's shown in his past term that he is not an anti-war candidate. He, you know, increased the drone war, which is impressive because Obama increased it a whole lot himself, right? On top of, you know, pulling us out of the Iran nuclear deal, assassinating Qasem Soleimani. Yeah.
And to be clear about the Trump voting, also, like, the Democrats will not be pushed left, but they're happy to have an excuse to move right. So if there's anything that they can take from the outcome of the election that makes them think, oh, let's be more draconian on the border wall. Oh, let's be more draconian in Gaza. They're happy to take a message from the election if it allows them to confirm their biases. So I wouldn't want to give them any ammunition to do that. But yeah, it's not about, like, is the Democratic Party going to hear and do something with the message that's being sent by voters? It's whether voters are going to understand something new
I'd say they're
about
more
the
likely to
Democratic
get,
Party,
you
because
know,
a clear message
a
has been sent.
handful
The Democratic Party chooses
that do
to
it
ignore
just
it.
to fuck the Democrats.
What happens when the people learn this lesson? What does that mean? Like, does that mean that there's more pressure? Does that mean that third parties
That
take off
angry.
more? Does that mean that people are less complacent about, less naive about electoral politics, and they do more organizing? I mean, I'm asking you in some ways to, like, read the future, but I guess what is the best outcome that would come from this?
Who knows?
I think all of that
I
is
don't know.
right.
I just
mean,
like,
look, we're in kind of
I don't even know that you can say that who winning is harm reduction, just because we've seen the way that their 2 terms went down. There was a lot ups and downs across the, and like, I mean, Biden was so historically bad, which I guess is par for the course, but like, you would think that they would look out for their own self-interest and do like a handful of good things. That's what I thought. I thought when they came in, they would do a handful of good things just to get people on their side, and then they couldn't do shit. Couldn't even give us the child tax credit or whatever. Sucks.
Like historically unprecedented times.
Oh, but then it's like you can see there's different factors involved, right? We saw that like the liberals were fucking pissed off under Trump the first time. They were making noise. They were like protesting and paying attention, and a lot of them fucking moved to the left when they saw, if the libs are going to be activated under Trump again. I mean, they probably won't be, to be honest, but like maybe somebody else will be. There's that, and then like I said before, Trump might accidentally do something good. He might his specific narrow interests might not always align with the State Department's, which, Raytheon's interests, right? Like if they want to bomb somewhere and he wants to build a casino there or something like that, or like some guy owes him money, so he doesn't want to like go after them, like different stuff like that, I feel like could be a factor. Or just like the squabbles he has with foreign leaders, right? Like, I think, yeah, I could totally see him getting in a fight with Bibi and then, tweeting that he was pulling up support or something.
But like there was this
They
other
fucking love
moment in
him over
American
there.
history. I'm a historian. Maybe get Matt Karp or some person who studies this into the room. But the last time there was this kind of national crisis where
Karp's
our
really
political system was not reflecting a desire of a very strong, very morally charged political issue that many Americans felt very strongly about and wasn't being reflected in our political system. We got a third party candidate who won the election, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and the issue was slavery.
Let's go.
So I'm not saying this obviously doesn't happen frequently. That happened
His
that one
name
time.
was Abraham Lincoln.
170 years ago or
So
whatever.
you're saying you want to start a civil war?
Sorry, don't check my math. I don't want to think too hard about that. 50, I don't know. The point is that sometimes it has happened.
60 years.
The alternative is just not viable. The alternative is not okay. It reminds me of like the arguments about Palestine itself and what the expectations are for Palestinians to just sit and survive and suffer and be killed and be starved and be the victims of Israel's violence in perpetuity because somebody said that resistance is not allowed. International law says resistance, of course, as an occupied people is allowed and legal, and I would argue very morally justified. But they want the American public as a whole to similarly be in the situation where we're held hostage by a political system that's going to keep large swaths of the country immiserated. And thank you for mentioning, Fuad, this point that like this is not the first time that I've made this argument. I am grateful that
it's going to be
anything
important
comes
this
of
time.
this horrific humanitarian disaster in Gaza, it's that more and more people are waking up to this argument. But for me, it didn't require a full-blown genocide to see that there are people in America who have been suffering and damaged greatly by our capitulation to the two-party system.
Yeah,
and it
she's
should
right
not
though.
take,
It's the
frankly,
two-party
I think there's
system.
that's disgusted by the fact that it's taken some people a genocide to get to the point where they're willing to stand up against the Democratic Party and not 60,000 people dying every year from a lack of health insurance, for instance, or the huge numbers of homeless people and financially insecure people and people who are being bankrupted by cancer diagnoses and people who are dying preventable deaths because of environmental pollution and all of the things that we know are happening in this country.
I actually think that the argument, I get that it's morally repugnant, but the how can it get any worse? It's already a genocide argument is flawed. Not morally. I understand it morally, but I actually think I could imagine where a lot more people are killed and a genocide. Obviously, a genocide is already a genocide, and it's it's beyond comprehension. It's evil, right? But maybe there could be a genocide that was like killing
double genocide.
Twice as many people. What I do know is that
that happened.
People should
double
not
genocide.
be, regardless of who you want to win. If you really think that Trump is an existential threat, you should be doing everything you can to get Kamala to do the not just moral thing, but the electable thing on this. And you should also,
I'm not reading the chat. I want to see their chat.
About Trump being defeated than you care about your feelings.
Where is it?
You, of course, would not be running around antagonizing people who are not just, obviously, maybe you think there's no risk in antagonizing people who've already said they won't vote for Harris. But, there are people on the fence who see that. And I think they'll see that and they'll be disgusted by that. Because why are you angrier at a young person or an Arab American person or a progressive of any background saying, I won't vote for genocide? Why are you angrier at them than you are at the person who is vowing to support this genocide?
So they're fully just not even trying to get our votes. You can't be mad we're not voting for you when you're running around fist bumping Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney, man, they got Dick Cheney.
Open contempt.
Can you believe
for
that
your
shit?
own base.
That's so insane. What the fuck, Dick Cheney? It's just wow. Like he found the worst motherfucker you could find, huh? Wait, I'm not watching this.
Okay, so I'm very excited to have brought together this focus group of Arab Americans in Michigan ahead of a very important election this Tuesday, November 5th. So I guess I want to ask you a few show of hand questions. So show of hands, who here voted for Biden in 2020?
Unfortunately.
How many people here voted for Trump in 2020? And how many people here are voting for a different party on Tuesday than they voted for last time around?
First time voting, so I can't really.
Yeah, not fair to you. And I forgot to ask how many people here voted for third party. Okay.
Oh no.
Last time, 2020. Yes, in 2020. So how many people here are making their decisions based on the genocide in Gaza and the further escalations in the Middle East, Lebanon, Yemen? Okay, quite a few of you. Who here in 2020 or 2024 will be voting for Trump? Who here in 2024 plans to vote for Kamala Harris? We have one.
I don't know.
I know I voted for Obama the first time.
Oh, you're undecided?
Yes, I'm still battling between my conscience, my heart, the reality. Like,
okay.
Triangle.
And we can go back to that. How many people here?
Line them all up for you.
How many people here plan to vote third party, 2024?
So it's one of
Okay.
Elon's,
And I guess how many people here are still undecided for 2024? Okay. All right.
Just to clarify, I'm not undecided, but I didn't vote in the last election, and I don't plan to vote in this one.
Okay, so yeah, I forgot to actually even. So how many people here are not voting? Okay. So for those who are voting third party, I'm just gonna ask you this because a lot of people are saying it. What do you say to people who argue that you are wasting your vote in helping to get Trump elected? Who would like to take that first?
Well, if Trump does get elected, that's not our problem. That's solely the Democrats' problem. I can't, in good conscience, vote for either party, Democrat or Republican. So like when they say, oh, but a vote third party is a vote for Trump. Well, first off, I'm not gonna vote for somebody who has a direct hand in genocide. And then secondly, I'm not voting for Trump either. So that's your problem, not mine.
Okay, does anybody want to add to that, please?
I think it's kind of presumptuous to assume that the Democratic Party had our votes in the first place. So I actually, I resent that assumption. In 2020, not 2020, I'm sorry, back in 2000, I remember both parties kind of scaring our community into going one way or another, right? I was not old enough to vote. Then in 2004, they scared me into voting for John Kerry. I said never again at that point. I'm not going to be backed into this anymore, into this corner. The lesser of two evil is actually the evil of two lessers, and I'm not going to engage in that.
So I think to the point of a vote for a third party candidate, although I'm not voting for a third party candidate, the idea that a vote for a third-party candidate is actually a vote for Trump, I would actually respond and just reframe the discussion and say that a vote for either of the two candidates is actually nothing but a vote for the corporatocracy that is actually running the entire government. You know, we've been scared with one party, scared with the other. I think also this is something that this is really nothing new. This is something that, like Malcolm X used to speak about it, you know, more than 60 years ago. And the fact that what he said is so perfectly relevant just shows you how nothing really changes in this system. They use one party to make you feel that it's so scary you have to vote for the other party, and then they just switch their policies back and forth to keep you in that trap.
I just lastly want to contribute being I likely will vote third party or potentially write-in. And I'd say that a response to that question is I don't want to be asked strategically how I should vote. I'd like to be asked morally how I should vote. I want to do what's right on the ballot. And I want my conscience to feel that I've done something right. And the question that we keep on being asked, guys, focus on strategy. You don't tell someone that's more, has a morally injured soul after a genocide for 1 year, what's more strategic for your community, right? So I need to stand by the Palestinians. I need to stand by the Lebanese. I have to understand the system is broken, right? And no amount of strategy will fix that, right? And it's let alone my one vote. So,
please, yes, behind you, Nasser.
First of all, we have a very corrupt political system. Both parties are corrupt, and they have a symbiotic relationship with each other. The corruption feeds off each other. When I look at this election, it's basically we need to punish the Biden administration. Simple as that. I don't care who you vote for, but we need to show Biden and the Democratic leadership that you cannot commit a genocide and come back to us for support. We need to put a nail in the heart of this administration. And Kamala Harris is just an extension of the administration because she hasn't said she's going to do anything different. So if Trump gets elected or, and they lose, that's a great thing. Because in the end, we're standing up against genocide. There's nothing else that matters. Not the economy, not healthcare, not education, not roads, not taxes, but the people dying in the Middle East. The wantless killing that's happening.
I think I
There's no libs in
partially
there at all?
agree with you, but not totally. I mean, I do fear, I don't want a Trump presidency. I was definitely against the first one. I saw the harm that he did to many different communities. We have a lot of allies and we work in allyship with a lot of different communities here that a Trump presidency is going to harm. So I wouldn't say like nothing else matters. But yes, it's true. When we see our people being genocided, that takes top priority. We want to stop the slaughter. What I would say to those who are saying a vote for a third party is a vote for Trump is for them, these people, to look inward, because we have been telling them for over a year that you can't get our votes this way, that the Democratic Party needs to focus on why we are turning away from them and not just blaming us or trying to fearmonger us into voting for them. Just like my colleagues here said, and they shouldn't presume to have our vote. And now we're seeing, for example, these attack ads against Jill Stein and against third parties as if they're collaborating with Trump. That's not true. Actually, most people who I know who are voting third party, if third party wasn't an option, they wouldn't vote for Harris. They would vote for Trump or not vote top of the ticket. And so the Democratic Party needs to focus on why they're not getting our vote. And it's way past time that they do that.
Well, I actually, I want you to say more, but I want to real quick, because I know you want to talk, Ali. So I want to ask the two people who are voting for Trump. We have Ali and Sammy. So I want you to explain, why are you voting for Trump? And if it's related to what's happening in the Middle East, how do you think him winning will be better? Sorry.
First off, whether my opinion is towards Trump or Kamala, I look at all of you guys like brothers and sisters. My political view should not affect the way you look at me, and your political view should not affect your way, of my way of looking at you. my family my grandfather has always been Democrat. You know, he's always been, as all us Arabs, we're always the backbone for them. You know, and I really don't think they ever appreciated us. And that's the only reason I'm going for a Republic, and that's why I'm voting for President Donald Trump. I understand some of you guys have a different point of view, and I respect it, and I still look at you the same way like I always do. But from my point of view, I have family at Yemen as well, and I have my brothers and sisters in Palestine and Lebanon getting killed every single day. When you see Trump coming to Dearborn, and when you see him, I feel like he's really focusing on us Arab more than 2016. Back then I was young. I have no clue what was going on. I just wanted to go play Fortnite or do whatever I want to do. But now I'm really getting into the family business. I'm really holding into my college. I'm trying to pursue my life, and I really do see President Trump, being the best choice for us. Kamala and Biden, as I like to say, we're in a very, very unique election. We get to see both administrations that already ran. Technically, Kamala already ran. Biden is not even our president. I really don't look at him as my president, and I know some people here agree that he's not our president. But Kamala has a stance too. She had a stance in the border control. She had a stance on Palestine. She said there will be a ceasefire. I never seen one. CNN always comes out every other week. Oh, Kamala is asking for a ceasefire, but never happen. They keep making us getting those promises and making us promises and be like, hey, we're gonna take care of you guys, but never end up doing nothing. I'm tired of it. I really am, and that's why I'm voting for President Donald Trump. We really think he's gonna give us peace. He's giving us so much promises, and if he doesn't do it, letting you know, we will hold him accountable.
Okay, so I want to ask, 'cause I know Sammy's also voting for Trump, and I know a lot of people want to respond to that and maybe have some other things to say. But I want to ask, Sammy, I think you agree with a lot of what Ali said. So with regard to Trump, I do want to challenge you on the, when we talk about Trump saying bringing peace to the Middle East, I mean, this is somebody who, Jared Kushner is his son-in-law. Jared Kushner wants to, have luxury condos in Gaza after they're done destroying it. He's somebody who moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He's somebody who has said he wants Netanyahu to finish the job. He is somebody who has promised that if Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife, gives him $100 million, he will let Israel annex the West Bank. He is somebody that during a campaign rally said he thinks Israel's too small and he wants it to expand its borders. And I think a lot of people here probably would ask you, how is this person, and I don't know if actually this is the main reason that you're supporting him, because there might be other reasons you're supporting Trump, but if it is because of Middle East, how is this person supposed to be better on the Middle East to the point where you are giving him your support?
We tried to reach out, honestly, to the Democrats. We traveled too many times, honestly, to Washington, D.C. We met with the 66 of Congress and senators in Washington, D.C. We tried to get some help and support or anything, honestly, to fix the situations in Yemen. And nothing has happened. Just they listened to us and they told us, okay, we take care of it and we'll reach out to you guys. And the last time, honestly, like 4 months ago, we gathered almost 100 people from all over the nation. We went to Washington, D.C. We met with a lot of senators. And the same thing, nothing has happened. They didn't care. In this campaign, honestly, we try even to reach us Turfi and others. We try to talk to them about the situation in Yemen, what's going on with the Democratic, what happened to them. Nothing. They ignore us. Let's face it. This time they ignore the Middle East, or they ignore all Arab and Muslims actually especially in this community. They never reach out to anyone. So we reach out honestly to the Republicans. Because we tried to get help. Whatever has came up, we need to get help. The situations in the Middle East, especially in Yemen, in Palestine, in Lebanon, we need to get help. We need the president, honestly, he's going to listen to us. We need to get some promises. It's a campaign promise, they call it. We met with him many times. And I met with the President Trump, honestly, 2 times. And I met with his vice president 1 time. And with his brother-in-law and also others, the governments, honestly, they're working with him. We get to the point we're not going to vote for you unless we get the promises. Okay, so for you, it's a matter of you're not getting a response from the Democrats, and the Republicans are giving you a response. They ignore us, yes, that's what it is.
Hi, Eyal.
Hey, good to do it finally. Yes, I've been watching a lot of interviews.
Thanks. Really good talking to you. Finally, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time because of the groundbreaking work you doing and forensic architecture is doing.
Thank you.
And so it's really a pleasure, Eyal.
Appreciate it.
I wanted to talk to you specifically about a really groundbreaking report and
Okay, so I'm very excited to have brought together this focus group of Arab Americans in Michigan ahead of a very important election this Tuesday, November 5th. So I guess I want to ask you a few show of hands.
It's going to sound a little bit harsh, but I'm just going to say it. So I think, honestly, at this point, with all due respect, I think anybody who's supporting either of the two parties, you have to be one of the two, and the former is better than the latter. You have to be either very, very uninformed of how the political system in this country works, or you have to be a sellout. I hope, inshallah, you're uninformed better than being a sellout. If you're a sellout, you're a sellout. That's, a spiritual disease that you have to resolve. But if you're uninformed, then we can educate each other.
Which one is it? If they vote, which one they'll be more sellout
So what I'm getting to is it does not make a difference either. So, okay, the 2020 election, $16 billion were spent in campaign contributions for the presidency and for the Congress. In the presidential election before that, $18 billion were spent. The candidate who wins, the candidate who spends more money on their campaign in the United States wins 90% of the time. So just to your point about why I'm clarifying, why are you not getting a response from the Democrats? It's the same reason why you wouldn't get a response from the Republicans as well, because neither of the two parties are actually accountable or responsible for you. They are accountable to the corporate profiteers who are backing their campaigns.
I actually agree with you.
And to the point about we just need to make sure that we punish Biden and Harris, and we have to punish the Democrats. Well, what about punishing the entire system? Because if it was the Republicans in office right now, we would literally be saying, we'll vote for anybody but Trump. We have to punish Trump, because you don't have to prophesize what Trump will do and if he wins the presidency, or how he might establish world peace as if he's the savior.
If any of them are libs, they're not talking.
You can look to his track record. I mean, this he came into office, he increased the military budget, he broke records for the most weapon sales in the first year that he was in office. They tried, even the Congress was trying to stop the war and stop the U.S. involvement in the war against Yemen.
Yeah,
and
he vetoed it.
He said that, as Rania said, he said that Israel should be able to finish the job. And if you want to know, for example, well, the Democrats are not listening to us, they're not responding, they're not meeting our demands. You want to know what the Republicans would do? Go look and see what they've done. Okay, you said your grandfather has always voted Democrat. Okay, when I was a kid, all of the Arab Muslim voters voted for George Bush. George Bush started the so-called war on terror. Over 4 million people were slaughtered in that war. Tens of millions displaced. The whole entire Middle East was ravaged. And again, they did that because there are corporate profiteers. You have the oil industry, you have the weapons industry, you have all of these industries that they profit when the Middle East is destroyed and looted. And this is why Trump also bragged about looting oil from Syria. So you don't have to guess what Trump is going to do. He's not going to bring peace in the next 4 years because he didn't bring peace in the previous 4 years.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, you wanted to talk, and then I think you wanted to say something, and then we'll go to Ali, and we'll take it around. But I appreciate you went back to that, but then I also want to still have time to address if anybody is thinking about voting Harris. I think there's a conversation to be had there. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Mashhadiyya. Or Mishu. Don't even worry. Thank you for pronouncing my name. So the first thing we want to agree all on is that our community is operating based on trauma. And no matter who they choose to vote for or not vote for, that only speaks their mind on how they think which one of the two evil is less evil than the other. if I want to choose this. So when someone operates based on trauma, there's two ways they function. They can either have an approach, depends on the goal they're trying to achieve, whether to punish or to empower. And they're both understandable and they're both okay. What's not okay is to define someone's loyalty to the cause based on their choice to vote for someone or not vote for some or not vote at all. All the three categories are okay. Depends on the goal you're trying to achieve. If you're trying to punish and be reactive, it's very understandable if that's the goal you're trying to achieve. But then you have to know, like, you have a lot of work ahead of you to keep working under this method to break the party system, especially Democrat. The reason why I'm speaking, I'm mentioning Democrats, because Arab American and Muslim Americans have historically supported Democrats. So the betrayal feeling and the pain feeling is more toward Democrat, and therefore that's why I understand the punishing side. However we choose to operate, or yes, I want to use the word strategy because strategy means it's associated with the goal you're trying to achieve.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, no, I appreciate that. So I want to go Nadia. Oh, you want to have something to add to that? Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I want to say what you're witnessing is a community that it's struggling morally, politically, it just in so many ways. And I think some of us, and I'm aligned with Tarek in the way that the system is the problem. The system created this. The system will perpetuate this no matter who we vote for. I vote. I always vote. I know that voting for president is probably the least important vote. That I believe in local elections more than anything. But to your point, the weapons manufacturers and oil companies own our political system. So no matter who we vote
they
for,
all fucking know it's up.
Those are two of the biggest ones, right? We were historically Democrat since 2004. Mm-hmm. We were historically Republican before that.
That's why we're
but the Republicans burned us by starting the war on terror. The Democrats burned us. They're two. We keep saying they're two sides of the same coin. Some of us have decided to retreat from the system, and perhaps because we're Muslim. We're more spiritual beings right now at this point. I feel like I'm throwing my hands up, and I'm just like, God, Jesus, take the wheel at this point. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Nasser hasn't spoken that much. I want to give him a chance because he raised his hand. But also before that, I just want to do a show of hands real quick. Nadia, are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh.
She's just
trying to get the mic yeah. Thank you. Show of hands. Who here is Lebanese? Who here is Palestinian? And who here is Yemeni? Okay, I just want to give because it's quite a broad spectrum. Okay, but go ahead, Nasser.
The problem is we know that we're not going to change
Where's
the
this
system.
guy from?
The system is corrupt. The system is broken. But what we have to do is when we're looking at this election,
I mean, they all seem pretty based.
when we say we're going to
up.
punish Biden, this election is lost, regardless of who comes into office. We're looking to the next election. Who's going to run and want to come to us and ask for our vote? He better have a track record in the next 4 years that he supports some of our issues. And, Tarek said that we know what Trump did. We know what Trump did, but Trump wasn't responsible for a massacre or a genocide. So you got to... No, he wasn't.
I mean, there's massacre happening all over the world.
Yeah, but there's a genocide happening right now. There's a difference between a war
happening all the time.
and but there's
that's the problem is we only paid attention now.
No, we've never seen 50,000 people killed in 1 year in an area almost as big as Dearborn.
If 40,000 people were killed in Yemen, for example, just because it didn't happen in 1 year, is that any less significant?
No, it's very significant.
Happening in 1 year, you're talking about.
But
he's going to kill us more
if I killed your
but it's basically let me say
all right
but
no
basically
the
it's
point
the
is
choice
taken. The point is under, yeah.
With the guy that insults you or the guy that kills you.
They're both killing us.
They're not both killing us. I mean, you're saying that they're killing. There's wars all over the place.
The Republicans started
we understand.
terror.
They started the war on terror.
Expanded it.
Obama expanded it and took it to a next level.
So the Republicans and the Democrats both.
So we've got a difference, and it's an important difference. We have a difference in opinion, but I do want to give Nadia's been waiting patiently, and then Ali, and then we can expand the topic a little bit.
No. That's all they got. Like,
so we're all like well aware how Trump supporters we're well aware of their like ideological ways and their views. But what I find more sinister is the Kamala supporters, the voters who have attended our protests, attended the vigils, and have literally like watched the same things we've watched: mutilated, dismembered, and burnt people.
Yeah. Again, I don't
and
know
yet
how you can see
still
that.
choose to go to the ballot box and vote for her.
Dude, Trump's
that
not that
just does not sit right with me at all. And for a woman like Kamala Harris, who prides herself as a champion for women's rights, I mean, that's just a complete hoax. Like, women's rights, while she's simultaneously, mass slaughtering women in Palestine, and
someone, it was like, some Karen like stepping over like dozens of like fucking like women in hijabs bodies, and fucking, is this where you vote for women's rights? Sign, thought bubble or whatever. Kinko's posters with MBS. Yeah, remember he was showing you how much money they spent. Trump was like straight up bragging about it. Like, that's the thing. That's the argument in Trump's favor, I think. He's really honest about the dirty business of empire, he brags about it. He's like, oh, fucking look at all this oil I'm stealing. Look at all this evil shit we're doing. No. I think, yeah, this girl's right. Like, I prefer that, right? I prefer to, like, the fascists to say, because ultimately they support the same policy, right? I just would, the bullshit with the Democrats is tiresome and it makes things more difficult. Whatever, and up. I didn't see anything. Some picture or whatever. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tariq's right, dude. It's like they've been doing it the whole time. It's just now everybody's paying attention to it. It's like there's really no difference. The two parties is like, I mean, the best argument you can make is like Trump is fucking chaotic. Maybe he'll do something right, I guess. But I think the 99.9% of the politicians are locked and loaded, like whatever Israel wants. Like, there's literally nothing they could do to get them to fucking walk back any of their shit. They fucking die supporting it. They see it's like the evangelicals and shit. It's like a holy war for them. Like, they don't. It's like they're fucking rubes. Like, they believe the shit. Like, some of them who don't believe in anything, they still believe in Israel. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, I did see something about that. It's like, yeah, pay attention. Bullshit. I mean, I saw people talking about Iran again. I figured something had happened, and it wasn't like, what do they get? Like, it's so laughable that like they think they're going to be able to sort of like win the war with that shit still at this late date. Like, you're not going to be able to fucking, like, it's like you are so evil. Like, the U.S. has shown itself just time and again just to be so rotten that it's very hard to make a local government appear worse than that. Right? You've just been like, they've just been so fucking evil every single country they've gotten involved in. Even like fucking Haiti and like all the like
just poor countries, like it's all rich countries too. Like they just fuck over everybody, and then you're trying to like convince them, like unless your leader is actively killing you, it's hard to see that, you know, you would support any kind of intervention from the U.S.
You know, let alone we're witnessing pregnant mothers who are being blown to bits with their fetuses blown out of them. We're witnessing mothers who are having C-sections without anesthesia and proper medications. You know, the shortage of sanitary pads. So please save all of that, because all she does is just spew lies, and she has nothing to show for it.
Ali and then Hueda. Well, can we? He's been waiting for a while. Oh, you want to respond to the Harris thing?
Okay. Oh, you want to respond? Okay, wait, one more thing
Is that
too?
okay with you guys if she just responds to the Harris thing?
Sure.
Yeah.
And then they try to claim that, oh yeah, we're one single issue voters. Well, if that single issue happens to be to protect the sanctity of human life, then call it what you may. We don't care.
We don't even exist on the list when it comes for the American government. They care about Israelis, not us. So when we choose to vote, we don't choose to vote because, we don't see
Imagine how hard they
we
must
don't
have worked
see
to get
like
here,
how
too.
the American government have hands on that. It's because depends on
bullshit they
what
had to get
goal
through.
we're trying to achieve. How, like Anna, when I speak to people in Lebanon and they tell me, Misha, can you make sure you don't mobilize the community to vote for Trump? I'm like, I'm not doing that, but why? Can I know why? They're like, because he wants to expand. We want to finish. We just want to finish. I'm like, so what do you think we should do? I listen to my people back in Lebanon. I don't just listen to the same emotions that we all know about it, and we don't need nobody to remind us about it. No one have the right to do that. No one have the right to dictate our life story and being re-traumatized and generational trauma we pass it on to our kids. Like, truly, is that what we're trying to educate ourselves about? Like, F women's rights when our own women struggling, losing their babies in bags. We know that. We know that we're being betrayed by the Democratic Party. But again, we can think punishing, and we can do both, punishing and empowering, punishing and shaking the halls of decision makers on long term.
We all are frustrated. We have feelings. We all have feelings. And I care about your feelings. But at the end of the day, there is a bigger issue here, right? And there are people, like you said, that are, they're carrying their babies and their mothers and fathers in bags, right? And a lot of times people have like this visceral response and they want the whole world to listen to their pain and suffering, right? But we are failing to recognize that the Middle East, through many iterations, whether it's through the Republican or Democratic Party, whether it's through neocons and neoliberals, has suffered, and those people continue to suffer, right? Does anyone why do we forget that when America decided to sanction Iraq, that 500,000 people, 500,000 children and women died. We're not talking about men.
Yeah.
It was worth it. And Madeleine Albright. It
was worth it.
Right,
Yes.
Madeleine Albright goes on national TV. And
a
she says, well,
Democrat.
hey, it was worth it.
She's a Democrat.
Right, well, it was worth it. Look, now we have a free Iraq. Right? And so I take offense, right, for those people that are dying and losing their lives. When we get angry that people are not respecting our position or our opinions and parties are not listening to us. So I just want to say, let's not have collective amnesia about what imperial powers have been doing.
Yes, and I want to give Ali a chance because he's been very patient. And I think Hueda wanted to say something. No, Ali, go ahead. Hueda thought it. You got to get in there, guys. You got to,
No. We're all taking it personal, and I understand your point of view. Wallahi,
But you know why I'm taking
100%. Wallah, I'm
As
with
if
you.
like shut up, or you're gonna be
100%.
category sellout.
And then
Sellout, vintage new.
if anything,
Are you Are you serious? Like, I don't
take your time.
understand.
Thank you
for the translation. عشان it's Palestinian and Lebanese issue, I should be silent. I've been someone marching for progressive rights, بس هلا عشان not be called out by my community, not by white people. I'm able to tell white and black people, like, you know, F woman right, my woman matter. I'm so comfortable saying it, but right now, oh no, we should not be talking about the issue because we're gonna be receiving backlash from our own community. وهيدا بعدني, I did not even say I am voting for sure for Kamala. What I am sure about, two things. I'm not voting for Trump, and the second more important thing, I'm not mobilizing for a Democratic candidate. Mobilizing, which is at least I can humbly speak, I can mobilize at least thousands of votes. I've done it before. So if I don't have the conscience and the energy and the energy, I mean, يعني, believing in something to mobilize, and she did not earn that. She did not earn that package of or that how do I say it? She did. Kamala Harris did not earn that level of support or commitment for us to mobilize for her. It will not happen, okay? Because when someone runs for office,
it sounds like, can I just say, it sounds like you feel like because you've worked inside the Democratic Party, you feel like you've been under attack by the Arab American community who's upset about genocide. Is that right to say that?
And I understand. And هون, it's not a victim mindhood. We're sick and tired of نحن victimizing ourselves بهيدا الشيء. نحن we're not feeling hurt. يعني why, with everything I said, بس هيدا البوينت and oh maybe I'm still undecided. هيدا this is what has been taken. I said we're betrayed from the Democratic Party. I did not say we're betrayed by the Republican because we were loyal to the Democratic Party. We were organizing for them. So the feeling of betrayal, we're acknowledging this, but we're talking, what can we do? The solution. We're trying, what's the goal we're trying to achieve?
I got you. Because just because of time, I want to, Ali then thought it wanted to say something, or wait, sorry, Ali, wait, I thought it. Yeah. I appreciate the passion.
And sorry, my energy, I mean, I'm not sorry.
No, it's an issue to be very passionate about. It's understandable.
Can I just, if you don't mind, just
حرام خليه يحكي الصبي. صار له شي نص ساعة بجرب يحكي.
I said والله.
So how do we actually the mic? I just want to clarify. When I said,
she went at Trump hard, huh?
I just want to clarify. When I said if you support the Democrats or the Republicans, either you're uninformed of how the political system works or you're a sellout. I think the vast majority of people just have no clue how rigged the system really is. There's a very, very small handful of people from our community who are sellouts. They're opportunistic. They know that the Democratic Party or the Republican Party is here to screw us. They know that these two parties are not going to do anything for us, but they are parroting Democratic or Republican talking points in order to advance their own careers. That's a very small handful of people. Most
Look, I'm making an X with my body. Here comes the good part. Dude, this is sick really late. It's just a little bit too long. Yeah, baby, let's go. What up, Raiders? How's it going? This fucking entire room of like Lebanese and Palestinian and Yemeni immigrants just spitting. Every single one of them's got good takes. And like except for the one Trump guy, but even his point, I could kind of he had a good case. He said, "Fuck, the Democrats didn't even return his calls." Right? There's two political parties, and like the one doesn't return your phone call. Like, it makes sense to go with the other one, I guess. Anyway, yeah, We're having a blast as usual. Welcome in. Wasn't really playing FIFA. What were y'all doing? You didn't watch this already, did you?
People are totally uninformed. And then one more really quick thing. I know we have a role to play here, but I think the reality is that the people of Palestine and the people of Lebanon or Yemen, in reality, they're not relying on us. We have a role to play, but they're relying on Allah and they're relying on the resistance. So a vote is not going to liberate Palestine. Allah and rockets are going to liberate Palestine.
Spicy.
What did he say?
I'm surprised by that.
Michigan, right here, Dearborn, Michigan.
You know, I don't agree with the sellout thing.
Yeah, here he is.
I really don't. When we endorsed President Trump, I've had comments and I've had calls.
Did you do it? Did you do it knowing? I'm just saying because I'm not calling
I did it. Listen, you want me to tell you why? You want me to tell you why I endorsed Trump?
If Trump said he's not,
no, I really.
But let him.
Like if Trump said,
he really was so patient.
It's okay. I know. She's
it's like if he met with Trump and Trump promised him he was going to end the war, and Biden didn't return his phone call, or Kamala didn't return his phone calls. I mean, what? How can you blame him? Right? Like, that's all you have, right? You don't have a very good position. It's like both of them have proven to be quite genocidal. The one guy promises that if you support him, he will stop the genocide, and the other guy won't return your calls. What do? You know? What's up? Yeah, it's pretty based. UN saying all of Gaza could die in like 6 to 12 months. The blockade continues. Jesus. Seems like they're trying to shrink it down, doing the general's plan or whatever. They squeeze out that people in the north, and then they can kind of like fucking rope that part off and put their shit, their like army there. I don't know, man. It's gonna be brutal if they try some shit like that. I don't see anything that's gonna stop them at this point. Like, I mean, maybe you'll see some kind of coalition doing some sort of like blockade or boycott or something. I mean, yeah. Trump doesn't like the bad headline. He doesn't. He knows it's bad, right? Also, like, he's not afraid to use his leverage to get Bibi to do what he wants, right? Like, the Democrats are like terrified of looking like they're not fucking, like they're like we love Israel the most. Like, no matter what they do, the fucking chuds hit them like from the right, It's impossible to get to the right of them on anything. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely 6 figures already. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if they're blockaded effectively, they're not it's a siege. Like, it's like the most brutal thing you could possibly do, and we're getting away with it? Really? The fuck? Yeah, Trump, I think the thing that Trump is he vetoed the fucking Yemeni thing. Yeah, to like limit weapons sales to Saudi Arabia. Like, he vetoed a bill that Bernie got passed. It was like a bipartisan bill. And fucking vetoed it and continued to sell him like all the weapons. Fucking asshole. Yeah, he's the base one. I'll bet you he knew her from before. I think he looks familiar, by the way. Because there's no way she went up there with no, she probably like had a friend that she called and then the friend set it up or something, Like, at least one of them in the room is her friend.
You feel me بس انه وانا
أنا 100%
الفيجوال والبروتست and she saw me
بالضبط
and I was speaking as if like if you choose to vote for X, oops, you're not allowed to have to be in the protest and speak. You're not allowed.
And I'm speaking for everybody here, especially for me. No,
this guy.
I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Wallah, if anybody attacks you, I'm here for you. Wallah, and we are here for you. And I know me and my brother and all of us mostly here will be behind you and we'll be your backbone for anything. And if you need support from us, wallah, yeah. No, yeah.
That's fine. You're not the only one. You know the cancel culture. They're like that.
طيب علي احكي اذا
So with the sellout thing, when we endorsed Trump, I had a lot of people call me, personal people from my own community saying, "What's going on? Yeah, are you a sellout or what's going on?" As you said, but I really don't look at it as a sellout. I'm not getting paid. People thought I'm getting paid by them. Like when they came up to me and said, "Ali, you have a big impact on the Yemeni community, such as my brother here as well. We want you to endorse." On Allah's my witness, I never got $1 from them. I did it for my own people in Palestine, my own brothers and sisters. I understand Trump is not a saint. Trump is not a perfect guy that we look at, and I swear to God, he has his own personal problems that he has to fix. 100%. Sure. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to pick two people. Oh, we're gonna have to pick one. I'm sorry. My opinion and your opinion. At the end of the day, at Tuesday at 2 in the morning or 1 in the morning, one of them is gonna get elected.
And it doesn't reflect.
And at this point, I live in America. I really believe that America is one of the best countries that we live in. Alhamdulillah.
Shut up, dude. Just vote for third parties.
We can go home, sleep in a comfortable bed. And you look at the ni'mah of that. You're getting blessings, and 100%. But we have no choice. You have people.
That's right.
You have two
no
people
choice.
that you're gonna have to pick.
No
fucking
choice.
100%. So one more thing before I finish. I really do think that President Donald Trump will bring peace. I understand he's not a saint and he's not a perfect guy. But when he's coming out to Dearborn, when he's meeting up with sheikhs and imams, he never did that in 2016. I really don't think he focused on us like this much. And I really do think,
like I said, I see
when he goes to the White House,
I just laid it out.
If he goes, I really don't know if Kamala.
Like he's probably lying, right? But I'm sure he told them some shit like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stop it right away," right? I don't blame him. I mean, shit, he's definitely not gonna like. If he stops it, it won't be because of his promise to this guy, but like still,
I don't know what's
that's what I'm saying.
But she has other horrible things that she doesn't even know her own policies.
Well, why didn't Trump bring peace when he was there?
He didn't focus on us. But how about now? Is he focusing on us?
I'm saying
in the 4 years, in the 4 years of Trump administration, did you see war broke out like Palestine and Gaza?
He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and he declared it the capital of Israel.
Did you see kids and women?
There were women getting killed. There were kids getting killed. It just wasn't live.
But why now? Why is it now getting recognized more than anything? Because more of them are getting killed and killed.
Yeah. But so he was still killing. So he didn't bring.
Who's okay? Who's better of the two devils?
They're both devils. That's the
Who's
point.
better? The one that you know or the one that you
So
don't
you're
know?
basically making, actually, interestingly enough, I think it's interesting. You're making a lesser evil argument, and you think Trump is lesser evil.
No, Trump is lesser evil. He's not a saint. He's not a saint. Wallah, he's not. And I fully support him on going to peace, and he's saying it more and more now.
But he's not doing it. He didn't do it.
How do you know?
What do you have to say? Because you've also been waiting incredibly patiently. I want to hear your thoughts. You guys,
let's talk about the future.
A lot of important points made. I think when my brother Tariq is talking about the corruption of the system, and my brother also Sami talking about like accountability, these are two very important points.
Yes, candidates,
when they get into office, they are not accountable to us because of the corruption of the system, because of how much money influence. That's who they listen to. The only time we have an equal vote is when we go to the ballot box. Every time after that, they don't have to listen to us if we're not dumping lots of money into their coffers. And that's why we have to continue to do the work. One of the things that we, is out there, we still have a lot more work to do on it. It's getting money out of our politics. I think that is really important. When it comes to who we're voting for, and like the message I heard, Nadia, you're saying, so some of our colleagues and marching with us, they're seeing what we're doing, and they're still voting for Kamala, and we can't understand it. Like, that's horrific. How are you voting for this genocide? And I think what we're hearing a lot, or well, not a lot, but by some people here, in that we feel like, well, one of these two is going to be president, so we have to, that's where we have to put our vote, instead of thinking, like, how do we change the system? And that goes to people saying, you're throwing your vote away if you're voting for a third party. No, you're not. We are trying to build towards something better. But we can't only do it once every 4 years when the elections come around, right? So it's like November 6th, what are we doing to build toward the next 4 elections? What are we doing to build and to change the system?
Well, wait, so how do you expect change to happen, though? I'm sorry.
No, she's just afraid to admit it because she doesn't want to get yelled at.
Accountable.
We absolutely have to hold them accountable. That's what I'm saying. We have to do the work after.
And then we wonder why Israel is able to commit genocide. Israel and America, are able to commit genocide with total impunity because we're not holding the current administration accountable.
Okay, I have another question. Show of hands, real quick, and then I actually would like for someone, because I want this to be I want to hear from you as well, but I want this to be the closing theme, because on Tuesday somebody's going to be president.
Yes,
it's true. It's going to be either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. The genocide will still be happening. Lebanon will still be bombed. No matter who wins, this is going to happen on Wednesday and on Thursday and on Friday and on Saturday. So I know this goes beyond the purview of why we're having a focus group, because this is about who's voting for who and why. But I want to ask you guys, who here is going to continue to do stuff after Tuesday, no matter who wins?
Absolutely.
Like all of what you've been doing the last year. Like, does that stop does that stop based on who wins, or do you keep doing it?
I would love to have.
Can I answer this question, please?
Well, I think everyone can have a closing statement.
Okay.
But I just want to say, I guess I want it to be also about like what happens after. Yeah. But anyways.
Absolutely.
I feel like there's a lot of people who aren't voting for Kamala.
Well, actually, 2 last quick points.
That's crazy.
With what my sister Nadia said about us being accused of, having only one issue in mind, when there are a lot of like domestic issues, and a lot of people look at this as not necessarily our issue. And I agree with Nadia, but I would also say that yes, the issue is human life, and that is priority for a lot of us, especially when it is your own family. And every single person in this country who is voting would agree, if your family was being slaughtered, that would be your number one issue. But this is not only one issue, right? It affects where our money in this country is being spent. The billions that we're giving over to Israel to commit genocide, to maintain an apartheid regime, instead of investing in our communities here. It affects our civil liberties, what we're allowed to say and what we're not allowed to say here, in order to protect the U.S. protection of an apartheid and a genocidal state. So it's much more than just one issue. And the last thing, the Democratic Party, while yes, for many of us, what is happening, are people being slaughtered, are number one on our minds, the Democratic Party itself has not wanted our votes. It has treated us with such disrespect. It is as if they are throwing away our votes. And just briefly, I had a campaign this past summer that mobilized thousands and young people, and brought out to the Democratic Convention hundreds and hundreds of college students who were excited about getting actually taking part in this democratic system and giving it a chance, when before they thought that no way they were going to give it a chance. And we were just so disrespected. I had longtime party activists saying, I've never seen a campaign just so disrespected by this Democratic Party. They are throwing us away, and then they're going to come back to us and say, well, you need to vote for us, or why didn't you vote for us? I think we have to be very clear in all of our messaging that it's I know they won't do any internal soul searching or whatever why they lost. They just don't do that. They don't blame themselves. They look for everybody else to blame. But it has to be very clear that they have nobody to blame but themselves.
Sleepless voters see UFOs. That's right. That's fair. It's quite fair.
From the economy to immigration and abortion.
God damn, dude. This sucks. It just hit me now when they said it. It'll be one of them. And I was like, oh, that's right. It's going to be one of them. Yeah.
No matter who wins this election, the truth is that we have a fight on our hands.
That's right.
This was never about Trump or Harris.
From the day we started this campaign, we said we're up against a system.
A system where politicians answer to the lobbyists, not their voters.
A system that presents two options, but for all intents and purposes, represents a single billionaire agenda.
But don't take it from me, Claudia, the socialist. Take it from the capitalist, the CEO of BlackRock.
Larry Fink just declared, I'm tired of hearing this is the biggest election in your lifetime. The reality is, over time, it doesn't matter.
BlackRock manages 11.5 trillion in assets. That's 40% of the whole country's GDP. He knows he has nothing to fear, either Democrats or Republicans in charge. Right now, nearly 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck in the wealthiest country in the world. The leading cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. Test scores in America are hitting the lowest levels in decades because of the gutting of public education.
Americans now face record levels of drug use and suicide.
Wow.
Towns and cities have been hollowed out, yet the only thing we're ever told is that our choice is between these two parties, the very people who have created and managed this social crisis.
They're running out of ammunition in Israel. We have to help our friends to keep the war over there from coming here.
It was a bipartisan Congress that sent over $200 billion to Ukraine and Israel to fight proxy wars and live stream genocides.
It's a bipartisan Congress that spends $1.5 trillion a year on war. We just watched an election where two major parties fought over who will give more to the Pentagon.
It proves that this is not a Democrat issue. It is not a Republican issue. Both parties see maintaining a global military empire as more important than meeting the most basic needs of their voters.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
Over the last year, we've watched how undemocratic the capitalist agenda really is.
We saw the monopolization of the media, the consolidation of power in the hands of big tech, corporate control over our food, water, land, energy, banks buying up all of the housing in this country, Big Pharma, the military-industrial complex, literally writing our laws.
We live in a corporate dictatorship with two parties. And that's why they're so afraid of us and other third-party campaigns. They tell us that running a third party is pointless.
And then they tried to block us at every turn. They kept us out of the debates. They removed us from the ballot in some states where we collected enough signatures. And in Georgia, they put us on the ballot, but the Democrats sued so that people who vote for us won't have their votes counted.
The mask is coming off. It's no wonder nearly 2/3 of Americans want third-party options. Congress approval rating is currently 16%. Their legitimacy is hanging on by a thread. That's why they see us as a threat. That's why they work so hard to convince people that there's no alternative.
The corporate media feeds us this narrative that the country is divided between red and blue, between Democrat and Republican. But what this election has made clear for all of us is that it's not about red or blue. The question is billionaires or the planet?
The stock market or the future of our children? Global war or one common human family?
People are looking for a fight back. People are starting to realize that working people of all nationalities have more in common with each other, common interests, than we do with the billionaires. That the billionaires are the real enemy. That they are the ones who are pitting us against each other, telling us to hate immigrants, poor people, China, Russia, whoever scapegoat they find next.
Wall Street has their project to generate super profits off your backs no matter what. They have a plan to keep rising the cost of rent, of food, of gas, and healthcare.
They have a plan to use AI for massive job destruction to bust unions, instead of harnessing that technology to solve social problems. They have no plan for how to mitigate the climate catastrophe.
But they do have a plan to prepare the population for great power conflict and comprehensive war. This is a nice way of masking the most insane idea you can imagine. A direct war with China, World War III. And guess who will be signed up to fight in that?
People know that neither party is serving them, and they're ready for a fighting alternative. And that's why the Vote Socialist campaign got on the ballot in 19 states, with 23 states more write-in status, plus Washington, D.C.
Write-in status?
100% fueled by volunteers. We collected tens of thousands of signatures for our petitions. We had thousands of people sign up to volunteer, and we engaged with an untold number more.
Our goal has been to put socialism on the map everywhere, not just in the big cities, not just in the swing states, but everywhere. And we've done that in a way that hasn't been seen in decades. This was only possible because of working
They
class
were on the ballot
people.
last
We
time.
haven't been funded by billionaires. This has been a real movement.
So I just want to say thank you to everyone who has helped in any way, everyone who donated, and everyone who votes socialist.
As Dr. Martin Luther King said, capitalism has outlived its usefulness. We believe that a government of working class people will do a better job.
Like we said when we launched this campaign is an invitation to get organized and join struggle.
The ruling class has
Yeah,
their
no,
plans
they knew
for
this, like-
2025. So what is our plan?
We're not going to hide in our houses. We're going to fight back.
We're going to keep getting organized, and we hope that you'll join us. Get involved with the PSL.
I mean, that's
build
kinda
the
like what they
socialist
said, right?
movement that we need.
It's just like there's like a test run, you know. Seems like, yeah, like Gloria La Riva had run a couple times before that, and she kind of like had her own setup, and they were kind of like building, you know, rebuilding it, sort of, I guess. The That's what I'm saying. I think if we can get everybody to work together before next time, we can get like the Greens, PSO, and all the homies. If we can just we just gotta like fucking do it, and then like it could really not you could do it in 4 years, right? You could change that many people. Like, just they need to see it. It needs to be stable. Like, it needs to be legit. Like, fucking bam, it'll hit fucking you know, what's it called? Exits. What am I thinking of? What's it called? Not terminal velocity. Whatever. Fucking yeah. It's whatever. Exponential. No, that's not it. It's like it'll take like, you know, when you like it's gonna take off. It's gonna go gangbusters. That's not it. Whatever. Fucking that's what I'm. Yeah. I think at some point like you could hit, once you get to be like 10-15%, I think it just steamrolls from there, you know? Because then you only need to get, you know, what, 35% or whatever? I mean, you could do it. If you could get like 15% in time for the next presidential race somehow, maybe at midterms. Say we get 5% this time? I don't know. What? What? They had to fill out a form and they didn't do it? I mean, like I said, that's why I think they need to. I've been saying this for a while now. I think they need to, you know, somehow come together with the Green Party, who seems to be really good at getting on the ballot. They get on the ballot all the time. And then if we could get these fucking DSA losers to admit their failed ideology, entryism. Like I said, I was with them up until recently. Just don't think it's gonna work. What up, Cushy? I mean, like I said, they're young as shit. They were deliberately picked, like, you know, with an eye towards next time. They can be out organizing. Like, they've been on the fucking street. Like, you see them, like, every week. Alright, let's watch this Channel 5.
It brings happiness, joy, a little bit of sadness.
I formally apologize.
You see the elders, some
He
of
yelled
them
at them
crying
when he
'cause they went to
apologized?
boarding school
Really?
Themselves.
Federal Indian boarding school policy
No
will
way.
always be a significant mark of shame
Why did he
on
yell?
American
Why is
history.
he
I
yelling?
went there, no native language to be spoken at the school, or we get a paddle.
The school had a homemade electric chair.
Same thing happened to me. They tried to let us forget our language, but we never did.
My grandparents have gone to boarding school. I went to college
college at a post-Indian boarding school on Indian School Road in Phoenix. And I'd like to think that my grandfather would still be here today if he was not a survivor of federal Indian boarding school. He did commit. And so this is a very deeply rooted issue.
One of the most horrific chapters in American history. You should be ashamed.
Hello, my name is Jake Frawa. I'm filling in for Andrew today. I am from the Pueblo of Jemez, a federally recognized tribe, and right now we are standing in Arizona. So Biden decided to come to the Gila River Indian community to apologize for the boarding school policies that the U.S. government implemented.
I'm heading to do something that should have been done a long time ago.
Tens of thousands of Native children were traumatized, abused, reprimanded, and even murdered to implement and assert assimilation.
More than 900 children died while in custody at these boarding schools.
It lasted for about 150 years, yet the after effects of that are still here.
But the federal government has never formally
Beer brewed
apologized
here
until
is
today.
used to make the
Let's
brew
talk
beer.
about the schools Biden's
To find
Oh,
Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
Kill the Indians, save
I
the men,
apologize,
was to cause
Jack.
native children to assimilate
I
into American
apologize.
culture during westward expansion. A time during which the
For all the
western
murders
frontier was rife
and
with
the
bloody
rapes.
conflict between colonial armies and tribes like the Lakota,
broken
Sioux, and
treaties.
Apache, who fought tooth and nail to protect their land. It was in territories that were seized by colonial armies that the boarding schools began. After the schools were built, the first generation of native children were systematically separated from their families, shipped off often hundreds of miles away, and placed into what are essentially cultural
see, I have to
concentration
wait all day
camps,
to watch
with the
stuff.
primary goal
I
being
don't get-
linguicide,
I have to,
language
put it
death, the
aside.
complete abolition of native tongues, which would stop children from being able to communicate with elders,
fucking
thereby cutting
sucks,
off
dude.
the transmission of oral
It
history
sucks
between
so bad. Like,
generations.
Generations of
Just from, like,
native
a
children
cultural
stolen,
level,
taken away
like,
to places they didn't know,
having
with
all
people
this
they never
diversity-
met, with spoken language they had never heard, their clothes taken off, their hair that they were told was sacred was chopped off, their name literally erased, replaced by a number.
Many kids at these schools, typically at the hands of missionaries, endured neglect, abuse, and torture. And much of the brutality administered by the schools came as a direct punishment for things like wearing traditional jewelry and, of course, uttering a word of a native language.
Children abused, emotionally, physically, and sexually abused, forced into hard labor.
I wonder who they vote
Some
for.
put up for adoption without the consent of their birth parents. Some left for dead in unmarked graves. And for those who did
Yeah,
return
you remember
home,
the
they were
fucking-
wounded in body and in spirit.
The first
Pipeline
school opened in
protests.
1879 in Pennsylvania, and by 1925, 83% of all school-age Native children were attending boarding schools, bringing the total number of enrollment to above 55,000 students, which gradually increased until 1978.
We have called these hearings today to begin to define the specific problems that American Indian families
I know we
face in
canceled
raising
one of
their
the
children.
pipelines, didn't
Following
we?
decades of activism by groups like the American Indian Movement and so
Canadian
forth,
one?
Congress passed the Indian Child Welfare Act, which gave Native American parents the right to refuse having their
Sands
children
one?
enrolled in boarding schools. And almost as soon as this option was given, the vast majority of schools shut down due to lack of enrollment and were soon taken over by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. That being said, survivors of these schools are still among us,
Yeah, exactly.
mostly now in their
No, this is
mid-70s.
definitely
Here's an
electoral.
interview we conducted several months ago at
Just to
Paradise
appear,
Valley
like,
Community
humane or
College in
something.
Arizona with our friend Kenneth Scrama, who is an elder from the Navajo or Diné Nation and attended boarding schools in Arizona from kindergarten to 12th grade.
I went there.
What was the name of the school?
Cottonwood Day School. Donald Leifer from Los Angeles, that was the teacher there. And he was the one that told us no native language to be spoken at the school. They have to scrub our mouths with soap, or we get a paddle, or, we kneel down on a rice. If we say something bad in Navajo,
rice?
not bad, but just saying, this is who I am. My name is Nana Manson, and I'm from Blue Gap,
Yeah, that's the
Arizona.
one that
I
they
was
canceled,
born
right?
1942, 45.
So you think Joe thinks he's like,
Sixth
he's like
generation
down? He's
grandmother raised me. She went on the long walk. It was 1864. The Navajo was forced to go down to Fort Sumner, take that longest walk. She was born on the way up there, and she survived. And then coming back, she was like about 5 years old, and that's when they have that treaty signed, 1868.
So if you even spoke
That would
any
be a-
Navajo
that would be
at
a
school,
funny
there would be an actual
character
physical
arc for
punishment.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be administered by a teacher?
No, one of them would
Got
be
really into the
our
Navajo or
dorm mate,
something.
other girls that you're going to school with or other students. When I was going to school at boarding school, I said my grandmother's name in Navajo, her Navajo name. I said that,
Oh, you got in
and my
trouble for
dorm
that?
mate, she told me, you got to go down the canyon. And she had one of those Timerax, and she equipped me with it. And she said, don't ever say your grandmother's name.
Damn.
And they tried to let us forget our language, but we never did. I never did.
What was your grandmother's name in Navajo?
Astan, yo, Nisdela. It means fat lady.
As illustrated by this interview, the legacy of residential schools is very much something that still lives with these tribal communities, not only through the lived experiences of elders, but also baked into the DNA of their descendants. I know epigenetics is a bit controversial, but I believe that trauma, especially when experienced collectively on a grand scale, is genetic and gets passed on to future generations like alcoholism, drug addiction, or dyslexia. But whether you believe that or not, there's still a direct correlation between language death and depression rates. A study done in Alberta, Canada, where the re-education policy was more or less the same as in the US, showed that suicide rates were over 6 times higher in Native communities where less than 50% of the population spoke their ancestral language. So for many Native Americans, Biden simply acknowledging this negative canon event was a very validating gesture.
The historic trauma that the tribes have gone through, we appreciated what he did.
Just hearing him talk so detailed about what the boarding schools really were, what they all did, it brought us hope. It brought me hope that he can do something for those causes, like he can actually help us. It brings joy.
But many in attendance did not share their sentiment. Midway through Biden's speech, he was crashed by pro-Palestine protesters, who bravely crossed one colonial border to protest another.
What about the people of Gaza? Let her talk. Let her talk.
For obvious reasons, the protester was swiftly escorted off premises by police.
Oh no, let her go.
But Jake thought it would be a good idea to follow them out to get their perspective.
How does that relate to?
I'm not, a tribal member or native. I'm Chicana, Mexican American, but I came out here because just yesterday I heard that Genocide Joe is going to be making an apology for the Indian boarding schools. It just seems ironic. While he's apologizing for that ethnic cleansing and that genocide that took place, at the same time he's enabling a genocide in Palestine right now.
The number of civilian deaths and the number of babies killed and children being killed and women being killed and the ones who are missing under the rubble is disgusting. That our tax dollars are paying for this, all of it. For them to be supporting a right-wing extremist regime like Netanyahu's and Israel's government is like supporting Trump. It doesn't make any sense. They're Democrats. They should be better.
What do you think a public apology on the forced assimilation of Native American children going to boarding schools, how does that relate to?
Well, of course. I mean, one genocide begets another genocide, right? It's white imperialism that goes back for centuries.
It's the same kind of thing. The settlers took the water years ago. And the Gila River Reservation.
A little-known fact about the Colorado River is that American Indian tribes own rights to about a quarter of the river. In reality, for most tribes, they're only paper rights, not amounting to water they can actually use.
They had native plants that they lived on that were healthy, and they had a good water supply, and the settlers, very similar to what's happening in Israel, that the settlers stopped the water.
In the late 19th century, upstream users had diverted the Gila River to the point that it no longer flowed on the reservation.
And, the reservation is still, they got the water rights back, but it takes a long time to recover from all the damage that was done.
We're less than 2 weeks away from the official election day. Like, why did he wait until now to apologize?
They are very aware that they are losing the Arab and Muslim American community as a voting sector. This current dynamic 2 weeks before the election is when you finally want to give a public apology. That screams exploitation, that screams desperation.
Why wait until now to actually come to tribal lands? He hasn't done that. As far as I'm aware. I mean, you can fact check me.
I think there was maybe one time before where there was a event at the Grand Canyon.
Oh, when they declared the national monument?
Yeah.
Yeah, they wheeled him out there, gave him an ice cream cone, I'm sure.
As we covered in a previous video called Havasupai Uranium Mine Protest, the last time Biden traveled to tribal lands in Arizona was to formally promise that he would protect the tribal lands around the Grand Canyon from uranium mining, a promise that he would break less than a year later, when the federal government allowed a Canadian energy corporation to evoke a gold rush legal loophole to open a potentially toxic uranium mine directly above a freshwater aquifer that provides the Havasupai tribe with all of its drinking water, leading to health concerns and panic among tribal members.
You know, I've seen a lot of livestock lose their lives. I've actually been scared to drink water. I've been pretty much going into tap water, bottled waters and stuff myself, because I've heard people have been getting sick and what we thought was clean water, being laid up in the hospitals for weeks at a time due to the contaminated waters.
And at the same time, we have still political prisoners like Leonard Peltier behind bars. He was denied clemency. Biden could change that right now if he wanted to. There's still unmarked graves all over the land here and all over the country from those Indian schools. And it's like, where are the reparations? Where's the justice? It just seems like bullshit.
Despite the similarities pointed out by the Palestine protesters, many tribal members feel iffy about their presence.
I kind of get that perspective. The younger me kind of would have felt the same in a way. But as I've gotten a little bit older and kind of understand the bigger picture a little bit, I just know it's definitely not fixing everything, but for the U.S. government to say I'm sorry for anything.
On record, right?
Yeah, in front of people. Yeah, exactly. It means a little something at least. I definitely feel like my generation took a hit. It's like my grandmas and my parents kind of shied away from teaching us the culture. Not that they were not proud of, you know, who they were. They definitely were. I always remember my great grandma always teaching me words almost like it was like a little secret. Like, oh, this is how you say this in Oneida or that in Oneida. Like, and she would smile like she was like, it was her little resistance, you know, like teaching me words. I feel like I got it a little secondhand. That's where I still feel it. Took a little while for me to kind of be a little more bold and proud about who I am. I was always the only Indian kid in whatever school I went to, and that was kind of hard, so.
It is messy. There are parts of me that honor the sentiment and the energy that comes with a public apology for those who have been waiting for millennia. And part of me is also filled with rage, therefore grief, and that is how I am processing this moment.
Many tribal leaders hoped that Biden would actually take the time to meet with them during his apology visit, as the White House had organized a speed dating style, dare I say,
presidential powwow,
promising dozens of tribal leaders, no more and no less than 30 seconds of Joe time. But President Biden abruptly canceled the meeting just minutes before his speech.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Woodenknife. I am the first female president of our tribe in Rosebud, South Dakota with Sicangu Nation.
Lori Walkenigo, I'm the Chief of Staff for President Kathleen Woodenknife. She is our first female president for the Rosebud Sioux tribe located in the south central part of South Dakota. We were invited on Wednesday to the event with the understanding that President Woodenknife would be speaking with President Biden for 30 seconds.
I didn't get to do my 30 seconds, which I really wanted to do because right now we're trying to do some things with rescinding the medals of honor from the massacre that occurred on our reservation many, many years ago.
The Wounded Knee Massacre. It was one of the worst atrocities against Native Americans ever. The U.S. Army rode into South Dakota and slaughtered hundreds of Lakota men, women, and children.
19 medals were handed out to soldiers for the massacre at Wounded Knee.
I think every Indigenous tribe has the same needs. We need better health care. We need better roads.
We need assistance with our education services because for every $10 that an organization gets to run on through the BIA, when a treaty tribe contracts those 638s, we end up having to run on $4 and are expected to provide the same services that they can through the Bureau. We need housing. We're still living in substandard housing where some of our people, including my mom, is living in the transitional. Now those transitional houses Wherefore, when they were first placed on the reservations, stating that we will be transitioning you into something more sturdy, something more warm, but we don't. We have walls that are very thin, that have very little ice. What is the word? Insulation in the housings. They're not even set on foundations. They're set on wood. So our housing is a big issue. Our education is a big issue. Our law enforcement is a big issue. Our mental health is a big issue. Our physical health through IHS. Those are issues that I think that each reservation, no matter across the nation,
I know, man. I can't even believe they were going to run
because
Biden.
we're not
right?
funded equitably the way that other programs are funded.
And the other thing that is everywhere is the meth epidemic. We're losing so many of our families to meth.
Meth is an evil spirit. It's a brother to the suicide spirit and the alcohol. They're all evil spirits that want to consume our kids. They want to take our kids from us. And so it's up to us to not let that happen.
You know, within our culture, we look at the next 7 generations with what's going on with the meth addictions, the meth coming onto our reservations. People come there because it's easy for them to distribute hide it, basically. Hide on the reservation because we're a sovereign nation and our laws are different within the reservation versus off the reservation.
And the meth is now mixed with fentanyl, and it's a danger. I think they call it like the white China.
Fentanyl is raining on our reservation.
Marvin Weatherwax Jr. is a tribal leader here and says much of the drug activity on his reservation stems from Mexican cartels selling to community members and using their homes, often in remote areas, as distribution hubs.
But I also think that we need to be funded at the same levels because we are a sovereign nation. In fact, we were talking about that this morning when I was in grad school. I had mentioned that sovereignty is something that we really don't have because we can define it, we can describe it, but it's our unicorn because does it really exist for us as a people?
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Is this going to affect your vote?
Yes, it's going to affect my vote.
Was there any conversation about maybe what they're going to try to do now?
Just more of implementing the real history of what really happened and not just neglecting what happened and how the boarding schools didn't happen. They want to implement into our society today to tell the real truth and what happened.
Awesome.
Dude, this asshole. I saw him doing.
So the election is this Tuesday, and have you noticed that everyone is worried as hell?
Democracy is literally at stake.
And 2024 is the final battle. That's going to be the big one.
The future of America and the future of civilization is at stake. I mean, we're going to be fully Mad Max, you know?
Okay, I know Elon thinks he's Furiosa, but he's clearly Immortan Joe. He's even got an army of tattooed idiots who would die to protect him. But look, it's not just Elon. Almost everyone I know is
Oh my god, this fucking guy. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me with this guy. You serious? He's about to do some fucking shitlib shill too, I bet. I mean, I know he is. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Strap in. Yeah. 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 Where they killed all the buffalo? Yeah, so they wouldn't have food. It's very similar to what they're doing in Gaza, huh? I think there's another segment from Breakthrough.
Okay, so I'm very excited to have brought together this focus group of Arab Americans in Michigan ahead of a very important election. Yeah, everybody go ahead. I want everybody who wants to say one last. You want to be the last?
Yeah, he was patient. He deserves it.
You'll wait till the end. Go ahead.
I feel no matter who wins or lose, we have to take advantage of the momentum and continue doing the work, whether reactively or proactively. If Kamala Harris loses, that sends a strong message that she did not do enough to earn the pro-peace voters' votes, and that's on her.
Let me no. I get it. Sure. Honestly, everyone have a right, honestly, to vote for whatever they want. Democrat, Republican, or others. But we look at it. Honestly, we did a study. As an organization, we did a study. And we look at what is a positive and negative, honestly, for each party they doing. We got no choice right now. I'm going to say, is a Yemenis right now I'm talking. The situations we have in Yemen, we have no choice. We have to get help somehow. Whatever we could get the help from. We cannot get help for almost 8 years or 10 years, honestly, during
Who's he talking about?
Biden or others. But right now, honestly, what
Trump
we got is a protocol promises, and he will do it, honestly, for the Yemenis, and he will do it. The second thing we said, what is after the elections? We have a plan. What is the plan is going to be? We're going to work after the elections with like a lobbyist going after the administration to make sure, honestly, all the promises is being done. And the most of it, actually, we need to stop the bloodshed, honestly, in Lebanon and Palestine and Yemen.
Who's next? Go ahead.
What I see right now reminds me of a lot of conversations that were happening when I was in college and the U.S. first went into Iraq. And the debate in the Muslim community was incrementalism versus like just completely withdrawing from this system. It's playing out again, and we're going through what marginalized communities in this country have gone through for decades. And it's just getting worse because things keep getting worse in the Middle East. For me, it's just a little surreal. This is not a political comment. It's just surreal that we're sitting here talking about the slaughter of our people intellectually. This is what American politics have done to us. Yeah. And I don't feel good about it. I feel sick about it, honestly. And this is what drives me and my choices. So for me, it was never, even if this genocide didn't happen, I would not vote for Harris. It's either leave the top of the ticket blank or vote third party. I voted for Ralph Nader, I voted for Jill Stein, whatever. This system is beyond rigged. It's not dysfunctional. It's functioning exactly as it's supposed to function. So for us, and I do want to say to Ali, the youngest person here, your opening statement about us always being brothers and sisters, I think is the most important part of this. Because when all the politics fall away, none of our lives are worth anything to either of these people. And that's it. And that's the truth. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
We've got Dr. Ali.
You know, I have similar sentiments as Zainab here. I personally, when I look at November 7th, it doesn't bring me as a Muslim or as an Arab any more value that I vote on November 7th. I'm not going to deter.
5th. Well, you shouldn't vote on November 7th. You shouldn't.
So
There's
let me just say that
right?
again. But, you know, we talk a lot about November 5th. And, you know, as a Muslim, as an Arab, it doesn't bring me any more value. It doesn't affirm who I am, right? I'm a dignified individual, and I matter as a human being. And I think what's very unfortunate about American politics, as Muslims, as Arabs, as brown people, right? I'm a footnote. And I only matter when I potentially can bring down this empire or contribute to it, right? And I just want to say that the voices that are allowing Palestinians and Lebanese to be dehumanized and the bombs that are dropping on them, it's the same type of values that dehumanize us when they come to us for a vote. It's one and the same. And I won't, and I know as an American, right, as a physician, I worked through the pandemic, I was on the front lines, and I did the most that I can to save my countrymen. And I do it still through the opioid epidemic. I see it every day. I see how everyday Americans cope with a broken system that does not, right, help them in any way. It doesn't bring them health care. It doesn't solve their infrastructure problem. It does not bring them food at the end of the day on their table. And I want to say that this is not a system that I can support. And it's the same system that dehumanizes them as well. right? And so I matter before or after this vote. It doesn't bring me any more value. And, I think I have to agree with my brother Tariq here, my sister Zainab. I don't believe in a system that actively commits genocide against our people and has been for decades. Since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, I grew up about seeing the bloodshed in the Middle East. And this is just obviously much more eye-opening because it is live streamed, like you said, right? And it is a very small population that's so vulnerable. But anyways, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
The problem with our system is the money. We have the most corrupt political system in the world. The only difference between us and the third world, we basically legalized corruption, and we call it campaign finance laws. And I always say, before you end the occupation in Palestine, you have to end the occupation of Congress. And the only way to do that is to make sure that this system is the way, get the money out of politics, get the money out of healthcare, get the money that's killing this country. And if we don't do that, and I feel as an Arab American and a Muslim American, is that I'm actually fighting for the soul of America.
That's right.
Because right now, what these policymakers and what they're doing with this genocide is America has lost its soul, its integrity, its world standing. It's, I'm an immigrant. And as an immigrant,
arguably,
we have a special affinity to this country.
When it was founded.
Ali here is a doctor. His dad came when I was a kid, and I used to work with his dad selling ice cream. And now he's a very successful businessman. His kids are all educated. That's what America's all about. I'm a son of a cobbler.
Secret. That's what the Chuds don't want, man. They don't want people.
And now I'm a businessman. I ran for U.S. Senate. So this is the American dream. But in order to keep the American dream alive,
immigrants got that
we
hustle.
have to make sure that we work to fix this broken, corrupt political system. And that's what we need to strive for. This election, after this election, and moving forward.
Nadia's got some things to say.
No, I have a lot to say, but I'm just gonna keep it simple. Obviously, both parties are not deserving of any of our votes when they've given us nothing in return except mutilated and dismembered bodies. So I would like to sleep well at night, and I'm voting third party. I also, all of us are feeling, there's just so much internal anger inside and frustration because of everything that we've witnessed over the last year. And it's actually traumatizing and horrifying. But I feel this internal anger, instead of it being towards each other, needs to be shifted towards this broken system. This system that has been put in place to work against us, and this system that continues to send billions of our tax dollars towards this genocidal regime, which we could use it here for struggling average Americans. So that's where I stand, and both parties are two sides of the same coin, and
they're basically all saying, like, you had me before you did the genocide. It's like, what do you...
No, but on a serious note, I think one thing people lose sight of, like, when they talk about, like, these two parties, and again, like, I think it's like, if I could leave here having accomplished one thing, it would be to convince everybody that, like, every time we bring up the discussion about the Democrats didn't do this and the Republicans didn't do this and whatever, it's like, that's the whole point. They are both two fronts of a corporate empire.
Right.
The only reason why they come to Dearborn, for example, and beg for our votes is because they want to ingest us into the system. Why? Because when you vote, you're not just voting for one candidate. You're voting for the legitimacy of the system. And if you want to see, pay attention to how the U.S. empire deals with the elections in countries that are opposed to U.S. hegemony. Look at how the U.S. empire and the corporate media deal with Cuba, Venezuela, the Islamic Republic of Iran. All of these countries, whenever their elections come around, the U.S. empire is always talking about how the people don't believe in the system and the elections are rigged and blah, blah, blah. Why? Because they want to delegitimize the system so that they can go take some lovely U.S. democracy to them. So if you reverse engineer that, then it's the same
idea.
dog.
When
Come
you
on.
go and vote,
Why do you
it's
hate
basically
democracy?
there's like, if you play the game, you have to accept the outcomes. If you go vote for Kamala or Trump or even Jill Stein, although she's obviously different than them, although I think she has issues as well. But whoever you vote
My
for,
man.
you're ultimately voting for the system. Your vote, when you vote, you're giving consent for the system to govern over you. And when the sister mentioned that real political activism is not one day every 4 years. That's the biggest facade of U.S. democracy, is that you come every 4 years, you pick one of two hand-chosen candidates who are both set up to screw you out. Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, he literally said, I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that this is the most important election of our lifetime, because in the long run, it doesn't matter. Like, he's the CEO of the largest asset managing firm in the whole world. And he's literally telling you it doesn't matter who you vote for because we're in conversation with both parties. Like, you're getting it from the horse's mouth. But then we still come back and talk about how, well, you know, we gotta make sure that we hold them accountable, and the Democrats and blah 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 and all this stuff. And then to just the last point that I want to end with is, like, it's not that they just devalue the lives of like people in West Asia, so-called Middle East, or like brown people or whatever. These people don't care about black people. They don't care about brown people. They don't even care about white people. They could care less. You're just talking about the opioid epidemic. 90% of the opioids in the world were coming out of Afghanistan after the U.S. invaded Afghanistan. It's the U.S. military sending opioids, just like how Ronald Reagan brought crack to America. They don't care about black, white, anything. They care about the bottom line, which is their profits.
The pandemic disproportionately affects white people.
Right, so they don't care. It's not about, like, even this whole idea of, like,
completely devalue human life.
Yeah, so and they want to constantly play on this idea that, like, oh, you know, white people have it so great. Like, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. The country's falling apart. Like, they don't care about anybody. They just don't care about anybody. It's not a broken system, as you said. The system is functioning exactly as it's meant to. It's an evil system. It's a satanic system. Bottom line.
What's amazing is that everybody agrees on that.
Can I say
something
real
quick?
Engage with the system.
Yeah, so withdrawing from it and then organizing for things like strikes, boycott, direct action, because as long as you keep playing their game, like, you're perpetuating the system, and they're laughing. They're like, we have these people in the bag. They don't even get it.
Local elections.
Local elections. That's why I'm saying that all people we trust, they could fix the system from the side.
I don't trust any of them.
Let's find out. Like,
All right. Hold on. I want to continue the conversation, but for time's sake, Hueda wanted to say one last thing, and then we give the last comment to Ali, and then I actually want this conversation to continue for real in real life. But yeah, it should.
I mean, there's so much to say about kind of the depth of the corruption and how we work to change it, but I just want to kind of simplify it and bring it back to specifically our community, but I think all Americans, we're just in a really shitty situation right now. And in terms of, like, the Democrats who always pull themselves up, put themselves out as the more moral, humanistic,
putting their names out there, blowing up their spot.
We care about everybody party. They're really responsible for screwing us and putting us into this situation where they're about to lose to someone who they claim is a fascist and who has done so much harm to our country before, simply because they wouldn't take a strong stance against genocide. Simply because Kamala can't get out there and say that she will respect U.S. law when it comes to weapons transfers to any country. Like, how simple is that? And we might not be in the situation that we're in, but I think the most important thing that is said here is that people should vote their conscience, right? And
when I saw it was like the last poll, the big one, I think, from CARE, was like 40-40. It was like 40% for each of the two big ones. And then, presumably the other 20% third party or nothing. I saw the number, it could be 40. Michael Moore said 40,000 in Michigan, probably, conservatively. They'll lose at least 40,000. Yeah. I mean, you heard what they said. It was like they supported the Republicans up until the War on Terror. And after the War on Terror, they started voting the Democrats. And now the Democrats did this to them. And they're like, well, what do we do? So, I mean, They supported fucking Brandon last time. He's fucking Dunzo. Yeah, we were in a couple different when I was in Detroit with Bernie people. Well, I mean, look, man. I think you're talking out of your ass if you say like it's like what's best. No one fucking knows. You don't know anything. Everyone just guesses. You fucking read the same shitty corporate paper. Like anything could happen either way. There's just like butterfly effect and all that, so to speak. I'm just saying, there's really strong arguments all over the place. I don't think anybody could say for sure that they know so well that they're gonna like scold other people. I mean, maybe you think you have a good idea. I just think that it's like there's so much shit going on, man. We have no idea what's gonna cause what.
And it's important how you vote, but it's more important what you do after. And on November 6th and 7th and after, we have a lot of work to do. If it's Trump that is elected, I think a lot of our allies, communities, friends will be threatened, will be probably harmed, and we have to make sure that we are working. Obviously, we want a lot of people to care about our issues, and we have to be right there with them, with their issues. So whatever happens, the work continues.
Absolutely. And Ali, to close it out, patiently, waited to close it out.
So, I'm going back to like when I did the
dude, don't bring Trump up again. Come on,
you
man.
know,
Just move on.
Whether as I said, you are
He's feeling like guilty
Republican,
about that.
Democrat, third party. I swear to you, I look at you like my brother and sister, and I don't care what you are. And then they were one. We gotta be one to be together. I personally believe the policies, the political policy promises that Trump is making with us Arabs, it'll go into the White House. I like my brother right here. He's thinking logical. Yeah, I really do respect and I love the way he's thinking. But then bro, it's a system. It's America's system. I wish if you have a plan to change it, I'm with you. But it's too big of a system to play out. As I said, I love that you're thinking out of the box. It really is a good thing to think out. But then you have two people to vote for.
Thanks, dude.
And I really think that's a big impact that you can do. With us Arab, we got to be together. Us Yemenis, Lebanese, Iraqi, wallah, if we don't show them that we're together, they'll never care about us. We gotta stick together. I'm voting President Trump, but that shouldn't.
Dude,
you're voting for Jill Stein, but I'm still looking at you and you the same way. At the end of the day, Yom Al-Qiyamah, Day of Judgment, it will be
This
nothing
guy's selling
but just
him out, sure. They cut him off. Nice. Good. I mean, they knew what they were doing. Yeah, it was the most winnable shit ever. All they had to do was like pretend to not want to kill them right away. All they had to do was like, oh yeah, we're gonna let you live a few more years, and then they could have won. And then no, they couldn't even do that. Sucks, dude. Sucks. Yeah, let's get some perspective.
Hello and welcome to this especially important and historic International Manifesto Group webinar on the US presidential elections. I'm Radhika Desai and I'm the convener of the International Manifesto Group. We have entitled this webinar Trump versus Harris, US citizens denied choice for people, planet, and peace. The webinar is co-sponsored by the Black Agenda Report, the Black Alliance for Peace, and the United National Anti-War Committee. So we are nearly there. We are nearly at the much anticipated, much fought over, and much dreaded election day, with the United
Intense,
States facing not only an
vigorous
historic
debate
presidential
over a very
election, but
narrow
rather
range of issues.
another historic presidential election.
Actually,
Incidentally,
late
it's
it was.
historic for the International Manifesto Group also. The International Manifesto Group, as some of you may know, began meeting virtually at the beginning of COVID, and
I didn't realize how late it was. And I got some shit I'm trying to look at over here, You know what I'm saying? I got prior commitments to the other half of the ledger. It's
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins, along with my brother Brent. We've got the UFO videos for you tonight, and it's going to be a big day tomorrow, obviously, but we wanted to bring you the latest with regards to the phenomenon. Take a look at this.
They're here to save President Trump. Like Bill and Ted situation. He's going to write a song that's going to save
Captured by a
humanity.
beach cam, we see an object, a glowing object,
don't know that.
come to a stationary pause and
Maybe
then
Trump
just
does
shoot
that.
up into the sky at an extraordinary rate of speed. Are we looking at something paranormal, the phenomenon, or something that is within the government's assets or a private corporation? What the heck are we looking at? Yeah, this is some pretty incredible footage. You can see it, like you just said, like just zoom up into the sky at extraordinary rates of speed, and just the way it stops on a dime. That's incredible. If anybody was inside there, they'd be crushed, and even possibly the vehicle itself. Is there some sort of like meta propulsion behind this that's making this thing move so fast? Look at the trail that it leaves. In my opinion, this is 100% legitimate footage. That's right, Brent. And we're looking at this, and USO comes to mind. Is this some kind of object that is hiding within this massive body of water, the ocean, and it is making its appearance, and it's being captured on this beach cam. These beach cams run 24/7, and it's a good place every once in a while to pick up good UFO evidence, and we're looking at it. And we don't have any explanation to what it is. Obviously, the way it comes and stops
That's crazy.
right there, it's just incredible. It's a deceleration and then
stops.
acceleration. It's just amazing stuff that we're looking at here. Yeah, is this some sort of supercavitation technology that's
something
controlling
weird.
this? Because, like I said, the
It makes
craft
sense if it
itself
could do something
fall
over
apart
the
on this,
water,
it meant stop, and then just shoot up in the sky like that. It would have been cool to see it dive down into the water too, as well, to prove that this is an actual USO. But again, we're looking at something incredible. This is a phenomenon right here. That's right, Brett. That's what we want to show to the world, and that's what Third Phase of Moon's all
It's
about.
cool that it's
Now,
on, like, the
more
beach
videos
cam, too,
just
like,
in.
so it's on
And guys,
the-
we want to get
you
your
know,
opinions in
you
this
can't
live
fake it.
premiere. Leave the comments, hit that thumbs up. You know what to do. Now, let's roll it. There we go. A street cam now captures basically the same phenomenon, a stationary orb of light. All of a sudden, just kicks on the power of unknown origin to accelerate this craft at extraordinary rates of speed. And we're getting a good close-up look at this. Leaving a trail in its wake, and it just kind of dissipates as it shoots across
What
the
leaves
city
a
line.
thing
In
in
my
its
opinion, this thing
wake
is
like that?
rocking at least, I don't know, 200 to 300 miles
What?
an hour in just a split second. This is faster than any other aircraft that I'm aware of that could do this in
just
any
turns
kind of
it
commercial military asset that we know of
What do you mean?
on
Look
our
at the
planet
fucking
Earth. So we're looking
screen.
at something, again, that can't be explained here.
That
Or
last
some
one
sort
we
of private
saw.
corporation and their technology.
Yeah, it's it could be that. That last one we saw was filmed on the webcam that's like set up on the beach for people to monitor what the waves look like. So it's like, not the kind of thing you can like fake, right? You like capture it from the video itself. And then you see the same phenomenon again, like right around the same time. Like you're not gonna like fucking get to touch the UFO, Like most things in life you believe in without like having to like touch them yourself. There's countless videos online. There's like tons and tons of documentation throughout the years. It's like overwhelming evidence at this point. Like the reason it's like it's deliberately kept out of the public consciousness for various reasons, but it's like I don't see any other explanation really. There's something weird there.
Technology that they're withholding, and we're seeing it kind of produced in the public.
camera
If they're
is
testing
you
it
have to
over the
follow
public,
it, though, don't you?
then they're trying not to hide anymore.
fast
That's
it's
what they might
moving.
be trying to do, is exercise their rights to put out their equipment, their new technology, and maybe have little soft disclosure. I'm looking at this, and definitely it reminds me of the last previous UFO
crashes
video
into
we
my
just saw.
eyeball.
I'm looking at this.
That'd be
There's
nice,
some
right?
aspects right when this object comes into, here it is, it's coming in, and then right when you see it bank to the right, the camera seems to move at the same time, kind of maybe a drone shot is what I'm thinking. Is this some sort of parallaxing going on, creating an illusion of this craft moving? It's hard to tell. I'm pretty sure that maybe there's some kind of tracking mechanism
Maybe
on the
we
camera.
have to meme it into
The
existence.
enhancement is actually panning right so we can see this object traverse across the skies. But again, it does do this pan to track this object. It
That
kind
would
of
kinda make
reminds me of the
sense.
Galileo project, what they're working on with their sensors.
You remember that
to track
Cliff
motion
High thing, right?
objects in the sky and track it and see what.
Dude, the fucking that I can't stop thinking about that thing we had looked at about the program, the bot, the web bot that predicted if president or if Donald Trump becomes president and he goes on Joe Rogan's podcast, within 39 days there will be the UFO sighting over a major city of like in battle, like UFO in battle. Like I don't know if that would have been a good October surprise, I guess. Too late for that, I guess, huh? Unless it's like there tomorrow. Oh man, that'd be crazy. Oh wow. What if they were like, oh, we gotta halt these elections because you're violating, interplanetary human rights laws. Fucking carted them all off to some fucking space jail. Some like ice cube thing. Be sick. It's like a halt it. Halt. Selection cannot go through. It'd be like it's like the OAS, for the galaxy. So it's like some corrupt fucking, Martian. It's like, oh yeah, sure. Paperwork is not quite in order here. Clickety click click. Click click.
What's underneath the hood, basically. And right now we can't explain what's underneath the hood here. The propulsion behind it is the unknown. It's interesting. Like you say, it just kind of does this slight wobble and then boom, takes off right there. Incredible stuff. Now, more videos into Third Phase of Moon. Hit that thumbs up. Let's roll the next one right now. Now, this one is wild. We're looking at a flying saucer with these lights just rotating around the hull of the craft, and something's up there. It's not any. I don't think this is a helicopter with rotor blades with its lights.
Look at that.
Lit up on the end of the rotor blades. I'm not seeing any FAA lights or anti-collision lights either. This is a disc-shaped object, in my opinion, here. Yeah, definitely. This one's wild. I like this. This guy, he's doing the UFO
this all looks like
on the
man-made.
highway.
Like this
he's
could be
filming it at the same time.
Nothing
And
here
what
looks
a great shot because
truly
we're getting a really close-up, detailed image of this.
I could see them figuring something out with one of those like lightweight drones that somehow was able to like use like magnets somehow, kind of like some weird spinning magnet type setup, maybe something weird like that. I don't think it's like anti-gravity, but maybe it's some sort of like super cavitating, like you heard what he said, something like that. Maybe like Byfield Brown type setup. I mean, the super cavitation, they've used that before, right? On like torpedoes and like I think supposedly the B-2 bomber, that one that looks crazy, fucking it's like diagonal and shit. It uh it is able to like like something about the way it I don't know, I can't explain it. It's like it kind of like zaps the air in front of it, right? So then it's like lighter to travel through, sort of. I'm not sure how that would work, but I mean, I know they can like levitate stuff with it. If you can levitate something with it, you can probably make it move too, no? Or maybe it has like a small engine, maybe somehow. Like if it's able to create like a huge super cavitating bubble, like that would effectively be like a warp bubble, wouldn't it? And it would just be atmospheric, though. It wouldn't be space time. Maybe that's what the spinning shit is. Maybe that's what it's like, zapping the air, and then the thing in the middle is like propelled by it somehow. It's not time travel from the future. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what they are, but there's definitely something here. I feel like those grays are just like workers for something else. Because they come in all different sizes and they're all like weird and like, like pre-programmed to do very simple tasks.
Unidentified flying object, and it is. That's exactly what it is. We don't know what it is, and we're seeing something traversing at quite amount of speeds, moving as this person's filming it. It's basically flanking them. This is incredible stuff. Yeah, I like this. That's high speed. Crazy, it's like an action movie, basically, but real life. And this person is driving.
What if he sees you looking at him?
Notices something strange in the sky. So, boom, start to film and ask questions later, and be safe when you do this too. It could be a little exhilarating when you're looking at this and driving at the same time. So, just keep that in mind if you come across this while driving. But we urge you just film and then upload that video. But we're looking at something again. I'm trying to make out to see if this is a solid object. I'm guessing that it's probably about 20 to maybe 30 feet in diameter. Again, no lights that indicate that it is anything required by the FAA to have any kind of anti-collision lights. And you could almost see the dark shadow, the hull of the craft, the entire craft resembling to me a solid object. And again, these swirling lights around it, I'm not exactly sure what that is. Yeah, is this some sort of new prototype drone that's being flown? I haven't seen it. This is something new. We've been following ufology for almost 15 years now, and this is a unique one, something entirely different from any of our archives. That's what I like about this.
Yeah, this one's weird.
And that's why we're here at Third Phase Moon, showing you the newest stuff that we all need to see. This is great. Yeah, as we're rolling the next video, it's just going to be up in just a moment. Again, no deception, 100% legitimate. It's not AI or CGI. This is actually up there, captured within the optics of the camera itself. So amazing stuff. Okay, we got the next one. Let's roll that.
Oh, so it's artist. What the fuck is that, dude? It's probably a CIA drone. Why is it flashing like that? It's not. No, that's not a UFO.
Right. It's coming out of China, this video. And again, for some reason, it
drones
seems
or
that
something.
China, when it comes to like these weird looking UFOs that you don't see anywhere else, it just seems that they pop up in China. But it's hard to make out exactly the perspective
it's like,
of this object in the sky.
I feel like it's
And
a
we're trying to
product of our
translate
collective
whatever the lady was
conscious
saying
somehow.
as she's filming this, but
I can't quite
I'm
explain
making
it,
out some
but
kind of large craft
they're like
here.
tulpas.
And it's like this cylindrical object, but just kind of shortened up. You see these ridges on it as the lights kind of gleam across. I'm not sure if this is refraction of light or is this actually
like
coming
China's
from
on a
the
different
craft
wavelength,
itself.
so they met-
Look at
you
that.
know,
That's
they
it's
see
very
shit
strange. And then right
differently.
at the top, you see these orbs kind of separating from this object as well. And apparently there was something that was going on in China, that there was this huge craft that was spotted, like the size of a building. So are we looking at a building-sized UFO right now? Yeah, this is pretty cool. Curious because, again, we don't see everything. We're seeing a close-up. I believe this is
I'm just
legitimate
saying, I can see
footage.
how they
There's
would
no
see it
AI
differently.
or CGI. We don't put that shit up. We're looking at something that's definitely
Yeah, it's so
suspended
fucking
up there.
weird. I never
But
seen
I do
anything
wish
like
this
that
woman
before.
that filmed it would show it a little bit longer. Where did it go?
China's
That's
got
the
a
big
lot of, like,
question. And if
drone
she pulled
projects
the camera
and shit,
back,
like,
where we could see it,
could
kind
see
of
this being
a
some sort
vantage
of, like,
point the
startup
surrounding
or
area
whatever.
would have been really good itself. I do think
Yeah,
she's
we're gonna
in a
eat the
car because
sky.
I think I see a
Turn it into
window wiper going
school
across the
lunches.
windshield, which is interesting. And maybe she just has this one opportunity to film this. And the best part, she does get a close-up. So we're
You're
seeing
gonna eat
a
the
lot
pollution.
of detail here. It almost looks like a
I wonder if it-
rectangle, almost boxy. You can see the ridges.
I wonder if that's what it
and
is.
Has these kind of
Some, like, climate
patterns
mitigation
of light
device.
that seem to communicate with each other. They seem like it's smart. Is this something otherworldly, or is this something?
Or it's like
again,
a weather
more private technology?
manipulator.
Is this what we're looking at? Something made by man, reverse engineering alien tech. That's
Flies
what it
around
looks
and
like to
zaps
me.
clouds, makes it rain.
This is amazing. It's something again like China. Blake just mentioned that we're seeing these unidentified flying objects over that region that really you don't see around the planet. And this is, again, more stuff right here at Third Phase Moon to share to our audience, the best UFOs on the planet. Yeah, I'm wondering if China is going to beat us to disclosure. Apparently, they've got some news, and they're threatening that they're going to bring undisputed evidence that we're not alone, and we'll see about that. I'm
Where'd
not
you hear
holding my
that?
breath, but I got a feeling maybe there is some kind of race to disclosure. The countdown is on, but I think Third Phase Moon is going to bring the disclosure before anybody. The evidence that comes in from the public is just incredible, reaching
Joe is the only
a
disclosure
billion
I care
people on YouTube via our channel over the years. The world knows that if there's something that's out there, submit it to us. And it's incredible. We're looking at something that, again, we can't explain what happened, but the rumors are that there was a building-sized UFO in China that has been recently seen. And is that what we're looking at? Again, these orbs of light that will just kind of stream off the top there. It's very curious to me of what exactly that is. And I'm not exactly sure. Alien is alien. It's like, that's kind of the definition. It's the unknown. So could it be some unknown alien technology that we're looking at? Or like Brent said, private corporation, reverse engineered. All I know is that there's private corporations that cannot be subpoenaed, and it's not within the government's hands. It's in private citizens' hands, in private corporations that hold the cards here. Kind of maybe like a rogue corporation, a rogue project. It's hard to tell. But again, more videos coming in. USOs? This was captured off the coast of Mexico, and from the eyewitnesses, we hear that they're basically kind of stunned. They notice something traversing underneath the ocean surface, and then it comes to a stop, and then they proceed to start filming. And look at this. The light kind of goes out. Who knows? Is it a scuba diver underneath the water looking for lobster? I'm not sure here. Yeah, that's a big question. We got two sources of video. Like you said, like this one's in Mexico from a boat liner, a fishing liner, and this one is captured actually in Spain. So two separate events, and it's the same phenomenon. This one, what we're seeing in Spain, has this green light, and you can see it just disappear. And this one has this more aqua blue, the one captured in Mexico. Are these USOs that are traveling underneath our oceans that basically are remaining hidden from the human eye? But we got a glimpse right here and evidence of something glowing really brightly underneath Spain there off the coast. And this is, again, incredible footage. Look how it just blinks out. Yeah, we want to stay up on top of this, what's going on underneath our oceans around the world. I think that's where the smoking gun is. I think it's a perfect place to hide for something that doesn't want to be seen. And then if it wants to appear, it does, as it has happened tens of thousands of times with the via the videos that we share right here at Third Phase Moon. It's basically a battle for disclosure, to get the word out. We try our best to bring it to you every day. And what we're doing now is we're releasing our documentary on all streaming services. We've been working on this for over 2 years, and it's our latest documentary. It's called Battle for Disclosure. It's going to be streaming December 10th, 2024. So let's roll the trailer, and we're going to be on the backside to discuss more UFO videos. So check this out.
That at the very top, that whole project is being run illegally.
These are brand new witnesses, and they've got bombshell information to talk about.
These technologies are unsanctioned. They are illegal operations, and this can be proven in any court of law.
It's like, wow, nobody's coming after us. We're going to do this until we can get away with it.
They would have so much control over everything if they had that.
If this information was all released, it could fall into the wrong hands.
They're using security as a cover for illicit or illegal or even treasonous activities.
The members of Congress didn't have the detailed information of the precise location.
Where they keep the bodies, the craft, the debris, all the evidence that we've been searching for the last 80 years.
He knew how to keep a secret. Secrets were his stock and trade.
They're literally making their own money to fund their own projects.
We have a source currently in the deep black world.
It doesn't matter if you're president of the United States, you're not going to talk about that.
It was this large monolithic slab. Looked like it was elevated off of the ground.
It is traumatic.
Look, this is the most top secret shit you've ever heard of.
2024 Battle for Disclosure is going to drop, and it's going to blow your mind. A lot of incredible interviews and insight and evidence that's going to shake up the world. So that's right, it's incredible what's going on right now, and we're so glad that you're still here with us in this live premiere. You heard our opinions with regards to the phenomenon, the videos we showed tonight. So we're just going to let them roll. We're going to let it roll raw, and we're just going to hang around in this live chat. So everybody, let's hear your comments. It's really important to us.
You just gonna replay it again? Yeah. What time it is?
Could there be the remnant of a now lost, yet once global super civilization still hidden across the United States? When we first began the channel, we covered the astonishing ancient megaliths that can be found within Montana. We soon came under attack from false DMCA claims surrounding this specific subject. which at the time nearly took out the channel. It would seem that the powers that be would have rather kept a lid on these ancient sites, which not only predate Native Americans, but demonstrate to the world the past capabilities of a now lost civilization. Like the falling block within Wyoming, still argue as a geological formation. The tool marks upon the falling block matching up to those found within Gornaya Shoria, Aswan Quarry, Bazda Caves in Turkey, and so on. What we have coined cup and scoop marks, these tools most synonymous with the unfinished obelisk. However, it is always helpful to find more sites a bit closer to home, ones which will support each other's artificial origins and corroborating their methodology of creation. Not only supporting the posit of the falling block being an ancient abandoned megalith, similar in origins to the stone of the pregnant woman, but furthering our understanding of the reach of this now lost civilization. With this fortunately being the case in Utah, where we may have stumbled upon the source quarry for Wyoming's falling block. A site spared modern excavation and/or destruction due to its inconspicuous, natural appearance. Its true purpose, visible only to those who understand the methods of ancient stone extraction, and indeed are looking for it. This cut block quarrying being a technique not only still used with modern machinery within modern quarries, but is visible worldwide in countless other ancient and abandoned quarries, such as Ollantaytambo, or indeed throughout Peru. Located at Muley Point, this prehistoric quarry of gigantic proportions shares some startling similarities to those of Aswan, Easter Island, China, and so on, all abruptly abandoned, all moving, cutting, and shaping monstrous rocks, sizes which we would struggle to move today, once lending support to the geological angle, yet their similarities and artificial man-made characteristics undeniable. For these formations to all appear in such close proximity, each sharing the same artificial characteristics, ignored in favor of this geological argument, we feel is clear evidence of a conspiracy. Yet, I digress. To assume that a civilization seemingly capable of scooping out solid stone did not possess advanced technology, we feel is a mistake. To presume that this civilization, with all these evident capabilities and similarities in construction methods found globally, were not seafaring, world-going peoples, we feel is becoming more and more the ignorant choice in regard to lost antiquity day by day. To dismiss such a hypothesis in favor of putting the mounting and already mountainous evidence in support down to coincidence, becoming more and more suspicious, especially from academic fields. What happened to this civilization? What could they have been building? Why was everything within ancient times built to such gigantic proportions? Was this civilization larger in scale than us, or just incredibly capable? Wanting to create a legacy they knew would be lost, but they desired to be rediscovered. If so, why? Are there even more astonishing pre-flood ruins and indeed megalithic quarries still hidden across the United States? We find the possibilities highly compelling.
Wyoming is a very curious place when it comes to historical anomalies. It is particularly rich with peculiar oparts. The rock art that spans many millennia of man's history, handprints seemingly melted into the solid stone within the white rocks of White Mountain, or indeed the falling block. Although the name would suggest that this block is in a precarious position, it is in fact unliberated from the bedrock. Unquestionably reminiscent of the countless abruptly abandoned mines and quarries places such as Aswan in Egypt, Yangshan in China, Easter Island's El Gigante, and so on. Regardless, it is hastily dismissed as a geological formation. Its compelling characteristics, however, cannot be denied. Its unnatural shape, its leveled top, its out-of-place appearance, as if placed there or as if it had fallen from the sky. Not to mention the curious symmetrical patterning on certain sides, the same possible tool marks we have previously identified on stones, within such gigantic megalithic sites as that of Gornaya Shoria, another site littered with similarly sized blocks that are also argued as natural. Yet the artificial characteristics present at the site would make this explanation unlikely. Located in the eastern part of the Bighorn, in a plateau northwest of the Dihedral's wall, predictably little official study has been published in regard to the falling rock, although it is well known within rock climbing circles, indeed due to its symmetrical and seemingly worked shape, making it great for practice before taking on the bigger climbs. If such an object were to be located upon the surface of Mars, for example, it would undoubtedly create a flurry of interest due to its clearly artificial-esque form. Yet, because it is on Earth, and the truth of our past has been lost, or worse, hidden, it is simply ignored in favor of a more digestible and easier explanation. A dismissal of other possibilities, most probably made without any in-depth study being done on the area in line with such a hypothesis. It simply does not give one a sense of authority to say that they do not know. Additionally, during our research, we stumbled upon the medicine wheel, formerly known as the Bighorn medicine wheel. Paradoxically, it is argued as an indigenous artifact. This regardless of the open fact that no indigenous people have publicly claimed to have built the Bighorn medicine wheel. During negotiations to include the Bighorn medicine wheel to the Registry for National Historic Landmark and Sacred Site status, the Crow indicated that the wheel was already present when they came into the area. What do you feel about the peculiarities within Wyoming? Do you believe some were left by a lost civilization, particularly the Falling Rock? We find the Falling Rock, and indeed the history within Wyoming as a whole, highly compelling. Cave paintings and petroglyphs are undoubtedly some of the oldest and most interesting artworks found anywhere on Earth. Some of these artworks, found within the unforgiving terrain of the Great Outback within Australia, for example, have been dated at well over 10,000 years old. Illustrations in ochre that show many of the animals our distant ancestors loved or hunted, along with many other forms of artistic recreation, like a time capsule allowing us to travel back to peek into the minds of ancient man. Although these ancient artworks are undoubtedly important to our understanding of ancient man, there exists a number of other petroglyphs that are considerably different to these primitive achievements. Found within the White Mountain of Wyoming, there are a number of petroglyphic carvings that were seemingly made with nothing else than our ancestors' hands. These deep-set handprints were somehow left within solid sandstone, as if created by softening the rocks with their minds, hands, or perhaps voices alone. How did an ancient people manage to create these marks? Did our ancient ancestors somehow figure out how to soften stone? There are many sites all around the world which possess similarly enigmatic marks. Were they left by individuals capable of softening stone, or perhaps left upon the stones while not fully formed? To melt or soften stone requires immense heat, that which is usually only found within the center of the earth, or indeed the lava flows which spew forth from its core. One interesting theory regarding the possible softening of stones, created far back within antiquity, was initially discovered still been surviving within the minds of locals who surround the ancient sites of Peru, most notably Sacsayhuaman. A theory put forth to explain the shaping of stones within the fortress, regarded as a local legend by the first explorers of these sites. Percy Fawcett, as well as Hiram Bingham, who actually rediscovered Machu Picchu, noted that it was a liquid derived from plants, which was apparently known to the ancients to turn stone soft. In fact, in 1983, a Catholic priest attested to using the technique, actually achieving the softening of solid stones, although he was apparently unable to return the resulting flurry back to solid stone. Furthermore, according to other researchers, Jean-Peter de Jong, Christopher Jordan, and Jesus Gamera, among others, ancient walls within Cusco show evidence that ancient cultures used very high temperatures to shape them. This unknown process vitrified the surface of the blocks, turning them to glass. Based on these observations, Jong, Jordan, and Gamera speculated that ancient man possessed an advanced device which somehow allowed them to melt stone blocks. And although the petroglyphs of the White Mountains are yet to be fully studied by anyone, we feel they are probably the strongest piece of evidence of this lost process. They are undoubtedly highly compelling. We recently shared some compelling evidence suggesting that a number of megalithic sites dotted all around the world are far older than the civilizations claimed as the builders. The pregnant woman of Baalbek, for example, a megalithic stone many attribute as the largest ever man-moved stone. And although many stones slightly lighter can be found effortlessly placed within ancient structures everywhere, academia stresses that it couldn't be moved any further. The same can be seen with Yangshan Quarry in China, home to the largest known cut megalith in the world. Again, academia suggests that this stone was abandoned due to its size, completely ignoring the enigmatic notches, indicating that the entire shape of these enormous rocks had actually been carved prior to their attempted liberation from the bedrock. They insisted that it was abandoned suddenly, not due to unknown circumstances, but due to them not able to move them. And although the ancient Egyptians, and better known seagoing Romans themselves, claimed ownership to many of these perplexing structures with impossible architecture and clearly displaying a severe level of erosion, there are some sites coming to light which have seemingly been left to the eons, never again being claimed as another's work. Deep within the southern wildernesses of Siberia lies the mountain of Shoria. Rarely visited by humans, and even less frequently studied, this remote mountain, however, was a few years ago discovered to be the home of something astonishing. Now known as the Gornaya Shoria megaliths, their truly astonishing enormity has made it hard for certain fields of study to even give this place a second glance. And although some of the structure now revealed to the world through photographs clearly shows that these remarkable stone walls have indeed an artificial origin, the few funded individuals who have looked at the site have still somehow had the audacity to claim that it is nothing more than a geological formation. Made with stone bricks many times larger than the stone of the pregnant woman, and with them reaching high up into the heavens far above the tree lines, one has to wonder who could have built this cyclopean wall? When did they build it? How did they build it? Where did such enormous stones come from? With such enormous structural blocks, it is no surprise that this mind-boggling structure has survived the tests of time. Was this enormous structure built when the climates of Siberia were much milder? It is important to note, as if we have suggested many times, an ancient, advanced stone-working civilization once thrived here on Earth many, many years ago. Many of their smaller stone structures would have slowly eroded away until now appearing to be nothing more than geological. A convenient circumstance for funded geologists, yet not a viable explanation for a site made from 4,000+ ton granite blocks, thus exceptionally resilient to the elements. A remarkable location, one which needs serious archaeological explorations in search of remains, so we may one day ascertain the true builders of this amazing place.
We recently covered the perplexing, yet little shared ancient artifact which can be found at the ancient site of Patara. We cover the fact that some of the inventions accredited to the Romans within the modern day may have been borrowed concepts with origins located far within our distant past. As with the supposed ancient Egyptian sites on the Giza Plateau, many ancient ruins contain megalithic blocks, whose movement into position not only evades modern explanation, but lacks any detailed recording of the mammoth task by any of these so-called culprits for construction. Rather, it seems a worldwide conspiracy has occurred. It is well known that history is written by the victor. Maybe this is a fitting explanation for the academic ignorance witnessed on a daily basis. The Baalbek Trilithon, a group of 3 horizontally lying stones which form part of the podium of the Roman Jupiter temple of Baalbek, Lebanon. Numerous archaeological expeditions have gone to the site, starting in the 19th century, primarily German and French groups, and research continued into the 20th century. Each of these stones is 70 feet long, 14 feet high, and 10 feet thick, weighing around 800 tons each. And conveniently, each of these modern academic studies concluded the same thing, completely absent of any explanation as to their placement. The entire foundation of this ancient structure is unexplainable, with a number of stones weighing over 350 tons, thus indicative of lost knowledge, not modern architecture. It should seem obvious that to declare otherwise would be foolish, yet this is what's witnessed all over the earth every day. And we are yet to mention the world-famous, yet equally perplexing Stone of the Pregnant Woman, also at Baalbek, and weighing in at an astonishing 1,000 tons. As Yuri Mruzek put it, quote, "In 27 BC, the Roman Emperor Augustus supposedly took the unfathomable decision to build in the middle of nowhere the grandest and mightiest temple of antiquity, having no obvious reasons for selecting Baalbek as the temple's building site. The much greater erosion of the big Baalbek blocks qualifies as material proof of their much greater age," end quote. It seems that, as we suspected, the evidence is mounting to support the far more logical claim that an advanced lost civilization's heritage has been stolen by different, more modern civilization all over the world. A great civilization did once flourish here on Earth, one which has been actively suppressed, stolen from, exploited, and hidden for far too long. Continuing on from our previous video where Don discusses the amazing and incredibly intricate artistic wonder that is the Kailash Temple, we felt it a good time to cover another incredible ancient wonder, and indeed set of rock-cut temples known as Ma'dan Saleh. Predictably, a little shared enigmatic site, it is located within modern-day Saudi Arabia. Purportedly dating from the Nabatean Kingdom, 1st century AD, it is the southernmost settlement after the better-known, yet no less impressive Petra, made famous by the Indiana Jones epics. In 2008, UNESCO proclaimed Ma'dan Saleh a Site of Patrimony, becoming Saudi Arabia's first World Heritage Site. 131 rock-cut monumental structures said to have been built as tombs. However, as they were cut with such precision, their existence is clearly a mysterious one. Very little is known regarding the ancient builders of these sites. The little we do know was left on several mysterious and invaluable plaques, which adorn a select few of these rock-cut structures. Although the insides of the tombs appear to have been rather crudely finished, the outer exteriors are clearly phenomenally refined. For a civilization even a mere 2,000 years ago to have managed to create such precise structures remains a tough thing for mainstream archaeology to explain. Just like the many other sites, Pumapunka, Giza, etc., they display a far superior level of ability to that of which we are led to believe. And as always, mystery history presumes it is not the historic record which is incorrect, but rather the antiquity of these structures which is actually being hidden, their true age concealed and attributed to a post-cataclysmic civilization, rather than their true creator. The Nabateans, the academically claimed builders, were quite advanced for their chronological position within history regardless, supposedly having a strongly democratic society, sharing wealth and land equally amongst the tribe. They also displayed an incredibly complex understanding of hydraulic systems.
It's like Legos.
The name Ma'dan Saleh, or the city of Salih, is also interestingly associated with a very ancient prophet, which is also connected to an ancient tribe known as the tribe of Tamud. Saleh is also the equivalent to a very ancient figure mentioned within the Hebrew Bible. The tribe of Tamud, said to be the descendants of the biblical Noah. However, the Tamud were also said to have become very corrupt, materialistic, and stopped believing in God. According to the accounts, this is when God sent prophet Salih to warn them that if they would continue in that way, they would be destroyed. A prophecy which eventually came true. To this day, the remains of the ancient sites are considered by some to be cursed. What do you think regarding the rock-cut tombs of Ma'dan Saleh? Remnants left by a culture some 2,000 years ago with the use of copper and stone tools? Or structures left by a far more advanced, far more capable ancient people, whose entire existence is attributed to others, subsequently concealing it here upon our planet? Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
Everyone knows the name of the film.
Joe's back in town.
Okay, we've got lots of UFO news to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Yeah, to start with, check this out. We have new images of a brand new revealed tridactyl body, one of the Nazca mummies. That's right. We've got the new hearing coming up imminently, to use Lou Elizondo's word. And right before that, we have a teaser of this new body. It looks like a human-sized being similar to Maria or possibly Montserrat. There's some physiological differences between Maria and Montserrat. They don't necessarily seem to be the same species, which is really interesting that there's different varieties of human-sized ones, but there do seem to be different varieties of little ones as well, some with wing-like appendages on their back and so on. So very, very interesting. But here we go. We had this fella right here. Can't wait to learn more about this intriguing new specimen. Yeah, it was really, really cool. Meanwhile, we have news that the global architecture firm Fernando Romero has been selected by the Peruvian Ministry of Culture to design a museum dedicated to the Nazca mummies. And here is another piece of architecture that was designed by that same firm. I think we're looking at this really intriguing structure right here. Very artistic, beautiful building. So if this is who is going to make the new museum featuring the Nazca mummies, it looks like they're putting some effort into it and some artistry into it. I'm a little worried that the Ministry of Culture is getting involved at this point. I do worry about shenanigans, but I mean, I guess it's possible that maybe enough public pressure has been put on them to take the mummies seriously and to not obfuscate and cover up the reality of the Nazca mummies. But I do worry about their involvement. Yeah, but we'll see how things shake out. Fingers crossed. It's going to be hard to get anything done without their involvement. Yeah, there we go. We have a new museum for the Nazca mummies that are going to that's going to be made by that architecture firm. That looks like a good artistic architecture firm. We have a much longer video from Jaime Masson talking about some of the things we can expect.
Fargo is high, says Chode.
Their fingerprints are not like ours. Their bones are stronger and thicker. Their skulls are elongated and not manipulated in any way. I don't know if he's going to go into this at the hearing or not.
I wonder if you could just,
dub of this yet. But I look forward to that.
Commune with them.
And I'm really, really excited about the hearing. So we'll see. Meanwhile, in the United States, Mike Disclosure is saying this is what we can expect of the hearing here. On November 13th, the upcoming UAP hearing will have Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet testifying about USOs, and I've already reported that Tim is going to be speaking at the hearing. There will also be a former member of the U.S. Army Special Forces who will be testifying about a black triangle encounter on the ground. Very intriguing. Is this, Rendlesham Forest? What are we talking about? Black triangle on the ground? That's kind of where my mind goes, but of course I'm sure there are other similar examples of that kind of thing. This is going to be a very interesting hearing that will focus on different aspects of UAP. Well, I guess so. If we're talking about underwater craft and also craft that are landing on the ground, and it looks like we're going to have at least one experiencer that saw this black triangle in person, so that'll be really intriguing. This story is still developing, so stay tuned to this channel, Mike Disclosure says. So, yeah, I can't wait. Bring on November 13th. I'm really hoping that we'll get more first-hand participants, or at least some first-hand participants of the UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering in detection programs. And I highlight detection because Immaculate Constellation, that was one of the things they did, was detect these UFOs, and then they also did crash retrievals and reverse engineering. Of course, there is a missing step or two there, right? They detect these objects and then they retrieve them. Well, between here and there has got to be a shoot down, right? You know, that's kind of an important missing ingredient that we...
Yeah, I just made the commercials longer the other night.
As far as Immaculate Constellation goes, we don't know for sure if that was part of it, but, you know, they're detecting them and then they're retrieving them. So seems like, to me, there's a missing step in there, but who knows? I guess we'll find out more in the days ahead, but let me know what you think. And how is it possible that we keep on shooting these UFOs down, and apparently have been, through a variety of methods for many decades? These are such sophisticated ships, and yet we puny ape men have been able to continually bring them down. It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, there's a cool article or a discussion about Hermes Trismegistus. I can't say his name, but you know Hermes, right? But maybe. I think I need to make a standalone video about Hermes. Such an intriguing figure, possibly a survivor of ancient Atlantis, and of course his teachings would go on to be, read in the Kabbalion. I have the Kabbalion on my Kindle. I have not gotten a chance to read it yet. If any of you guys have read the Emerald Tablets or the Kabbalion, let me know what you think about it in the comments below. But yeah, really.
Yeah, I need to read this. I'm gonna become a tablets guy.
Matthias de Stefano, who is an experiencer and a person that can do interesting things. He claims to remember his past life in Atlantis.
This is the most showed take of all time.
Got to meet Hermes. So really interesting. Really interesting. So yeah. Meanwhile, this is really cool. Jon Stewart is saying that the being that was in the alien interview, well, there is actually a remote viewing done on that. He says, let me be clear, now that the group has performed their viewing, all of you will witness one of the most incredible blind remote viewing sessions in history. This was done independent of me and my investigation. Daz Smith, and I love Daz, he's been on the channel, I can't wait to have him back. I'd love to have some other members of Future Forecasting or Crypto Viewing on the channel as well. Yeah, I love those guys, really talented remote viewing. I think what they are doing is so important. Not only the viewings themselves and the information we get from this, but also just being very public and making remote viewing accessible and understandable and relatable to a larger number of people, getting this information out there that these abilities are possible, and heck, indeed, anybody can learn how to do it. Yeah, so it looks like that is the team that is doing this remote viewing on the alien interview. Can't wait to watch that remote viewing. Daz Smith will be putting this on his YouTube and X channel. Richard Dolan was present for the unveiling and had jaw-dropping comments. This will rock the UFO world to its foundations. Yeah, and it's not the first time that Richard Dolan has gotten together with the Future Forecasting team. And of course, his wife is a remote viewer herself.
Oh, really?
And that's actually how I started to take remote viewing seriously, was from Tracy Dolan. Richard Dolan is such a nuts and bolts guy, and I guess through his wife, he started to take remote viewing more seriously. And through him, so did I, and eventually I came to study it. I even had a little experience with it during Reiki class when we kind of did some mind-to-mind techniques. So really interesting. And this I thought was really cool. The gods of Easter Island. Well, Okay, check this out. This is a cave, the Maki Maki Cave on Easter Island, where depictions of their gods were inscribed in the rock of the cave. And check out the appearance of these gods. Let me know if you think they look similar to anything that we might be familiar with. Yeah, and there's so many depictions of these faces, and you'll see a bunch of them. There's one of them. There's another one. You can see the slanted eyes on some of them, the oblique eyes, and the facial shapes.
You think they're
See if we can get a really, really good one. But yeah, it's this holy cave on Easter Island, and these people actually found it and were able to go into it and get these fantastic shots of these carvings in stone that to me don't look entirely human, but they do look very similar to the Nazca mummies. I mean, check it out, guys. It's got the brow ridge. It's got the nose that goes down in a straight line like that from this brow ridge. It's got the slanted eyes. I mean, look at that. Doesn't that look like a Nazca mummy to you? I don't know. Let me know what you think about that. But I thought that was super fascinating.
Voting genocide.
Yeah, so were the people of Easter Island in touch with the Nazca mummy beings or something similar to them? Maybe just gray aliens or something like that. Super intriguing. I would love to know the truth.
Where's my demon rats?
Meanwhile, we've got a really intriguing possible UFO video of a UFO smashing into a truck. That's right, we have another video of a UFO smashing into a truck. Hopefully some of you have checked out the video I made about the orb that smashed into John Bell's truck, a real Florida UFO. On camera, you see this orb smashing into his truck and rattling his entire truck, his multi-ton vehicle. And apparently we
These
may
orbs are getting
have another example
dangerous.
of that. So let's check it out. As a short, it's only a few seconds long, but something is coming down from the sky and hitting that 18-wheeler. It's a very hard impact. I mean, could that be something else? Could that be a artillery round or something like that? Totally could have a mundane explanation, and maybe some of you recognize what this
I couldn't see how great Kamala was. That must be what happened, right? It was probably their fault, right?
There are many ancient areas which we often cover, which you, the
channel.
viewer, will clearly realize is of a controversial nature, especially regarding dates, in which we claim are actively being denied and concealed
Silos.
by powerful and wealthy academic institutions. Many ancient relics within, and the fact
Wait a
that
minute.
these, what we claim are lost antiquities,
A block of breach. This is gonna be in French, I bet. We'll never solve the Incas. Foolish. Think you would. You guys couldn't even fucking solve that room you found. It was just a room. That's all it was. Just one tiny room. It was like, oh, je ne sais pas. Oh. Qu'est-ce que c'est ici? Yeah. What bitch to the block list?
The Hypogeum of House of Fliene, located in Malta. This is a remarkable subterranean structure that dates back to the Neolithic period. This is as old as 6,000 years old. Among its many chambers, the Oracle Room stands out due to its unique acoustic properties. Wait to hear this. The House of Fliene Hypogeum is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is an underground complex that served both as a sanctuary and a necropolis. This hypogeum is one of the best preserved examples of prehistoric architecture, and it showcases the advanced engineering skills of its builders. The Oracle Room, in particular, is renowned for its exceptional acoustics. This chamber, with its carefully carved niches and resonant properties, was likely used in ancient times for ritualistic chanting, and this would have created
Yeah, the
powerful
vibes in there would have been
auditory
sick,
experience for those within. The Oracle Room's design amplifies and projects sound in a way that can be felt throughout the entire hypogeum. This room's dimensions and the materials used in its construction contribute to its ability to resonate at specific frequencies. These acoustic properties are not merely a historical curiosity. They have profound implications for our understanding of ancient practices and their effects on human consciousness. And it's almost as if they do not want us to know this story. The fundamental frequency observed in the Hypogeum's Oracle Room is 110 Hz. This frequency is significant because it aligns with the natural resonant frequencies of the chamber's architecture, enhancing its acoustic properties. The Oracle Room also exhibits strong resonance at 210 Hz and 440 Hz, which are harmonics of the fundamental frequency. And this contributes
Dave
to the
Matthews
room's
Band
ability
did
to
that.
amplify
I
sound
see what you mean.
effectively.
Oh, God.
And get this, the specific frequencies that resonate within the Oracle
Can you
Room
believe that shit?
can interact with human brainwaves with the potential to induce states of deep relaxation or altered consciousness. This phenomenon is known as brainwave entrainment, and the Oracle Room is
That's why
particularly
Mayor Brandon
sensitive to
protecting the
vocal
writers. There
frequencies.
you go.
When spoken or
Love to see
chanted,
it.
a voice produces a resonance
We should get into
at
chanting.
around 100 to 200
Y'all should come over
hertz.
and we'll chant.
This range interacts with the chamber's acoustic properties to create powerful auditory effects. The chamber also resonates with low frequency sounds, potentially down to 50 Hz. These low frequencies would enhance the room's ability to create a trance-like or meditative effect. Precise geometry of the hypogeum's chambers helps focus and amplify these frequencies. Ancient builders must have understood how to use acoustics for ritualistic or spiritual purposes. The ability of certain frequencies to affect the human mind and body, proven by science, demonstrates that ancient sites like the hypogeum were constructed with a deep understanding of psychoacoustic principles. Recent scientific research has shown that certain acoustic frequencies can influence brain activity and promote neuroplasticity. This phenomena is known as acoustic neuromodulation, and it involves the use of sound waves to stimulate neurons.
Stimulate microtubules, he means.
On the night of September the 13th, 1990, a triangular-shaped UFO appeared over a radar station near Samara. It landed not far from the station and was felt through with the radar. A beam flashed in response and hit the antenna. At the officer's request, his voice was altered.
Уже на следующие сутки вечером я оказался на этом военном объекте, где произошла, по моему мнению, посадка этого неопознанного летающего объекта.
On the following day, I arrived at the station where, in my opinion, a UFO had landed.
Антенну локатора. По специальности я
I saw with my own eyes the antenna destroyed by an explosion.
могу утверждать, что взрыв произошел следствие.
I'm a combat engineer, and I assert that the explosion was due to a very strong blow from without.
Сильно оплавленные металлические детали антенны, причем как алюминиевые, так и стальные.
I saw burnt paint and melted metal parts of the antenna, and also reduction gears scattered all around.
Корпуса антенны редукторы.
The blow had been so strong, it had destroyed them too.
Даже редукторы, то есть мощность воздействия, которая вызвала внутренний взрыв
The
массы,
antenna looked
была
terrible.
достаточно велика. Редукторы тоже, часть была оплавлена, часть сильно обгорела.
I talked to the man operating the station who had witnessed the accident.
Жутковатое впечатление. Мне удалось поговорить и с офицерами, которые обслуживали этот
I
военный.
came to the conclusion that all those cock and bull stories of UFOs I had never believed before were true.
С лицами, которые входили в визуальный контакт.
That's right.
И
Love to
всё
see
это
it.
побудило меня к заключению, что все те сказки про НЛО, которые я многие годы слышал, а я в них никогда не верил, это действительно реальность.
The KGB Cosmic Secrets, the first materials on the KGB Special Detachment engaged in searching UFOs, will soon appear in the media. Pilots encounter UFOs.
Yeah, this channel has like all of the old-timey shit that was on TV at some point. I don't know where they find it from. We watch this?
Hey guys, Tyler here, back with Secure Team. Now first off, for anyone who may have missed my latest video a few days back, I covered some crazy new discoveries literally underneath our moon that are leaving scientists baffled. So if you haven't seen that yet, definitely check that out, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it and what you make of what seems to be occurring underneath the lunar surface. But today, we are diving into something a little different, a piece of UFO footage that I am willing to bet not many of you have seen before, and that I totally accidentally stumbled upon digging through some old hard drives. And so I came across a folder that had some older footage that was circa we'll just say early 2000s to mid 2000s. And hopefully you guys can give me your take, because I'm kind of baffled. I've never seen this before. It's a couple different sightings of what appears to be the same object, and like I said, this was buried among some early 2000s UFO footage. And this one is from, it says in the title of the file at least, it's from 2010, and the metadata seems to represent that as well. And the only thing I know about this footage, besides the fact that it was shot in 2010, is that it is one of those vintage clips, and it feels so weird calling 2010 vintage, but this is one of those clips that gave me the chills, and I think it's going to give you guys some of the same. You know how sometimes when you're outside and you look up in the sky and you think you're seeing a faint star, and they typically look like a small white dot in the sky? All I can say is that after you see this, I think your mind is going to be changed about just which of these specks of light that we typically see in the nighttime and daytime skies really are in fact stars, and not totally something out of this world potentially. So check this out, and for context, whoever captured this, they added in some captions, some text captions in the video, so those were already added in, and we will come back to review it in just a moment. So check this out.
Okay, first time this year. Oh, there we go. First time this year. What is today's date? May 20th, 2010, time about 8:15 p.m. The moon's over there. There is no other bright object except for that one right there in front of you. And there he is. So, the funny thing about it is it kind of moved from the west to the east.
Is cool.
Here it goes. One orb. Oh boy. There it goes.
I use it.
That baby, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Come on down, brother. One more dropping. 4. Oh shit, 5.
Looks like a comment or something.
6.
She's nutty in relations to my base station. I had it sealed. That's the deal. Secrets were revealed because they knew each other from before.
You won't regret it.
Now, if some of you guys are like me, you're probably wondering what the hell you just saw. And I will be playing different filtered versions as well as some AI enhanced and upscaled versions of the footage, which I think you're going to find really intriguing. But at first, when we were watching the footage, it shows what looks like a distant white dot, again, almost like a star. But here's the thing that I think we can safely say right now, which is that whatever this thing was captured in the skies over Pennsylvania back in 2010, it was not a star. This same white glowing dot was recorded on multiple different days, just hovering there, and it appears as this white circular shape. You know, being it was 2010, there is some blurring, some choppiness to it, some low resolution artifacts, but there's enough there, along with the help of technology. I'm going to give you guys a better idea of what it may have actually looked like had it been captured today. But besides being recorded on multiple different days, towards the end of the videos, we get the real bombshell moment on one of the recordings where this object morphs in on itself, almost like it's collapsing or shifting.
For the falling coconuts.
I don't know, but you can see, and we'll play in slow motion and kind of go back and forth. The thing looks to collapse in on itself, and it changes from that bright white circular shape, looking almost like it's surrounded by some sort of force field or energy. What could be a portal that is surrounded by a sort of darker outer barrier, I guess you could call it.
I mean, I guess I'll stream when I get back from the show.
The white light or perceived white light coming from it, it looks some more.
Trump's going to end democracy.
I mean, it's what it looks like to me. It morphs in on itself and becomes fainter and dimmer by the second, and then out of nowhere, it drops 2 or 3, maybe 4 that I could see. Smaller,
I forget. One of them's going to end democracy.
From within itself, and that is crystal clear from the footage. And I'm showing you some more contrasted versions.
Maybe both of them?
To pull out any detail we can. These smaller UFOs come down and out of it and begin to slowly but steadily drift downward and apart from the main UFO, but staying pretty close together the entire time nonetheless. And just like that, the clip cuts off. However, unlike a lot of footage today, we actually have a clip here where something happens before it cuts off. And it's seriously, to me, one of the more bizarre pieces and just awesome pieces of UFO videos that I've come across, especially the age of it. I'm always looking for more retro and vintage UFO clips and imagery, and I have thousands, but I know more is out there. And so it's footage like this, the age of it, what we see occurring within it that is just truly mind-blowing to me, and the fact that I discovered it and I don't even remember it, along with the other clips that are just as old and that show some pretty epic UFO encounters all around the world. This one is definitely a head-scratcher. I don't have any further details on it, but whatever this is, it's strange and it's unlike any star that I've ever seen. What is happening in the skies is crystal clear. Something was up there, and whatever it was up there for multiple days, changing positions, sitting static in the sky, morphing in on itself before shooting out a bunch of other UFOs.
Stop praying for Trump to win.
I know what you're doing. And has been captured on video several times in the past, and that we featured here.
That's like my fucking, that's my guitar, man. That's what I need.
Just a couple of years ago, by a good friend of mine out in California, who caught one of the craziest pieces of UFO infrared footage that I've ever witnessed, and depicts a similar.
Yeah, I love Dan, this guitar player's name. His guitar tone. He gets the best tone. The one guy plays sick leads and all, but this isn't the best show, but usually it sounds so clean with his humbuckers.
Let me know what you think.
Like the cleanest clean and trashiest
distortion. Something natural. I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. So do put your comments down below. Please head over and check out that most recent video on the movements happening underneath our moon, and the link to that I'll put down below. As always, if you like this one, show it some love, share it on social media. You guys liking and sharing is probably the biggest way to support right now as I work to get back into the good graces of the algorithm, and we can hopefully reach more of our 2 million plus strong subscriber base. And until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep watching the skies. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you all back here.
And if you deal with like heavy personal duress,